Baby. Okay, is that better?
Right, I think that's better. I don't know what's happening there. I think I'm like a loose power lead somewhere. Is that... Like, is it working, or is it still quiet? Testing, testing. Pretty far away, actually. There we go. Okay. I think that is better. Good. Okay, fantastic. Apologies for that, folks. So, what we got here, we got some me versus Myriad. We're going to be checking out some Louis games as well. There were a few others that I actually eyeballed. Apparently, Ezra says he had a very good game up against Chrysal, so we might have to take a gander at that. So we'll probably do like 4 or 5 games on the test server. And then after that, we're going to check in on the live ladder race. That's right, on the leaderboards right now, there is a race between a few people, notably Anatan, Louis. Beastie wants to reclaim his spot, and I think maybe we'll see Dumu creeping up as well. So, it should be pretty cool. You had a ladder game versus Dumu that was really good. Really good as in, wow, I met my hero, or really good as in, damn. Be honest. Be honest. Because we'll know. We'll find out. In 5 minutes, we'll be coming in, swooping in with a ban. So yeah, I think there's a few here that like would be really cool to check out. Maybe Louis versus Deniskio could be cool as well. Abbasis versus Joan is not a typical thing we see often. But we're going to be kicking off with game number 3 of the B Myriad series. The first two were quite, by the looks of it, one of them was just very dented. It was Joan versus Japanese. That, like, Joan's never going to win that. Then you've got Chinese versus Juji on Baltic. I feel like watching 1, maybe 2 games of Baltic was enough Baltic for me to be fine. So, what I thought would be really interesting, actually, is Abbasids versus Ibids, especially considering that Myriad is actually the one with the Abbasids. So, Lipany, the map, not too bad for either. But this matchup is meant to be really, really hard for Ibids. So, let's check in and see if Myriad can get a point on the board. Let me also just turn off the music. As much as music does keep me dancing. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We got a special one here. This was an upper bracket game in the only tournament to be ran on the test server for Season 9. Courtesy yours truly. A really cool tournament, actually. We had some phenomenal games, some phenomenal series, and I had to take a gander at this one. B leading the series 2-0 in this best of 5, but Myriad looks like he should be able to bite back here, folks. Abbasids, they are favored in this matchup, and right now they are favored kings of Season 9. During the tournament, I believe this was possibly the or the second most first pick Civ of the entire tournament. If it wasn't banned, it was getting picked in the opening phase. That is how powerful the Abbasids are. So, curious to see what B and Myriad are going to look to do in this matchup. Ibids received some kind of interesting buffs to the late game, I think. Things like the Serpentine Powder, I think is going to be very effective with the Manlet's Bravery, the way it can scale. Gulams did get crippled a little bit. Men-at-Arms in general got hurt by that. Camel Lancer spam won't be the go-to if this goes too late, but something that is interesting to think about is you have 2 things that got buffed at, well, 3, really. You've got range units, you've got the range of those units, and then you've got biology. You know where I'm going with this. Desert Raiders in the late game actually might be the way that Ibids could become a sudden king of late game. So, opening-wise, I'm expecting this is likely to be... Is he going for the Desert Raider? I feel like the Desert Raider is just very weak now. I've been underwhelmed by its performance in more recent times. Especially against Abbasids, who will very happily just do a 2TC condensed. Alright, just adjusting my mic. Let me know if the audio is still really good. I'm getting a bit paranoid about that now. I don't know what the hell is breaking. Maybe my headset needs to be replaced. Yeah, overall, like, this is a pretty kind of etched out matchup. Like, it's interesting because when Abbasids and Ibids first came out, Abbasids were definitely not favored. They were getting annihilated because of the Ibids fast castle timing. But then players started calming down. They just built 2TC, they hunkered down, and they mirror, and Camel Riders could deliver all. But we have a very different approach at the start of the age here. Myriad may be the first player to go military wing in the Season 9 showdown. Every single other Abbasid pick has gone for Eco Wing. Because it's so cheap now. With a 35% discount, it's actually kind of ridiculous how much you save going to TC condensed. We are on Lipany, if those wondering. It's just classic Lipany. Not the EGC version, which means it's not going to always be perfectly balanced. But I would say this one is reasonable. I think overall this one is kind of passable. Meanwhile, B is going to be going Growth Wing. Okay, so this is pretty good for B then. Because Myriad, if he go on Eco Wing, I would have favored him here. Just he would have been a lot more efficient. But by going Military Wing, it's now pressure on Myriad to do something, which means he's going to be exposing his units in the early game. And that's something that the eco-wing choice for the Ibids is well designed to punish. Because now you can get your hands on some very helpful extra units, courtesy of the fact that you're gathering about 160 resources extra at just 4.5 minutes into the game. What do you think about nerf hammering quick walling? I feel like it takes away a lot of identity from AO4. There aren't many wow moments for the viewers that can rival quick walls. Quick walls haven't been nerfed. I think that's kind of a fallacy. Quick walls haven't been nerfed. Walling has been nerfed. Like, quick walling is still very quick, actually. You just have to be a bit more specific on your positioning. I'm fine overall. I don't think quick walling is nerfed in the ground. I don't think it's not viable anymore. I think the changes they made around walling was necessary because as it stands, people have just been kind of freebie walling up, and it led to really crap gameplay. Honestly, I actually think that the Palisade change might be one of the best changes they made in 4 years. And I'm not even capping on that. Because the reality is, it is so tedious, it's so depressing, it's so demoralizing when you try to be an aggressive party, and in a game that's already favorable for the defender, they just have these walls up that waste your time entirely, right? So I'm thumbs up for this fully. I think this is a positive change. I think we've already seen the impact of it. Players who try to wall the map tend to die, mainly because not because they don't get the walls up, but because the villagers take too long to do it, and they miss out on too much economy at a critical point in the game. So thumbs up from me. A really good change. Now we just need to get rid of China's build speed. So, archer range stables, we are going to get the aggro play. Archers plus probably, what, 2 Horsemen Desert Raider sounds really good here. The Desert Raider is nice because it means that the enemy Horsemen are going to feel pretty irrelevant. Myriad is now on the stone, so he's doing a very classic Abbasid build here, right? The TC after military wing presence, which doesn't feel necessary anymore, gotta say. I'm not crazy about this, right? I get why Myriad done this. Myriad was worried that this was a fast castle build from B. But funny thing about the fast castle builds, folks, they don't work that well for Ibids against Abbasids, because Abbasids can very efficiently get that 2 TC play and then rush castle themselves. And if they open military wing, they already have a blocker to what the Ibid's going to do. Like walls to be even more expensive. Yeah, they should be like 100 wood per slab, right? I mean, and then maybe we just embed a tower in them. Goddamn Mongol spammers in my chat. I love this so much from B. He's going 2 TC. And now this is what I meant by I don't like the play for Myriad. He's now paying full price for a TC with a worse economy. It's terrible what's happened here. I mean, the upside at least is he did rush towards the Golden Age, so he's got the 15% gathering rate advantage now. But I don't think his opponent's going to be far behind him. B is now building up the funnel house that we're getting there. And I wouldn't be surprised if B just reaches out to a deer stack maybe, or even just drops the TC on the back to protect the gold and the berries, allowing fast castle afterwards. Yeah, he's got 2 options. If he goes forward, he's going to play feudal. If he plays back from his primary TC, he's rushing castle. Either is viable here. I do at least like that Myriad is going wide onto his own deer. And I'm wondering, you know, does he try to rush an age, or does he continue to play this? Because my feeling is that Abbasids have some elements that are really nice, but if this gravitates around Horsemen and Desert Raiders, it's going to favor B, right? So, like, Myriad needs to get mass archers to feel good about a long feudal. Dive coming in, but the Horsemen not going to be able to do it. Instead, they get pinned. Shivs out. B, well played there. Now the Horsemen split off to go for the archers, and Myriad's front army not going to be able to stand here much longer. The villagers are actually joining in to ensure the archer mass doesn't get killed. Okay, that was well executed by B. Myriad threw a little bit of anarchy in there. Chaos grenade into the room. But B, the appropriate reaction there was indeed to use the villagers to shrink those health pools quickly on the Horsemen. And thus he will get a second TC. And a quirky TC, actually, to be honest with you guys. I wouldn't have expected this, but he decided to drop the TC on the east side to skewer these berries, which is kind of intriguing because although this would have been safer, this is surplus, and now you can wall here, and you have so much food safely in your corner. Remember, he also went growth wing, so each of those berry patches will have 50 more food. Yeah, overall, I'm actually kind of favoring B's position here. Myriad is in an awkward situation where, yes, he's got 2 TC, but it's also 2 TC on the other side. And although Myriad is saving some resources, which is great, the issue now is he's going to have to replace the Lost Army, which is going to kind of offset that advantage you'd otherwise get. So I'd love to see B maybe just kind of poking at him right now. We have to remember B doesn't quite see what we see, which is just how much of an advantage he has when it comes to military. Myriad has to slow down because after losing that scout, he can't ride out blind. What do you guys think? Ones, if you think Myriad's going to bag this. Twos, if it's going to be B. Kind of curious, actually, as to what B is going to go for age 3. Probably not logistics, because now they're playing a longer feudal, there's going to be too many units for logistics to feel good. Military wing, I think he's going to save until Imperial, which makes a lot of sense. So that leaves you with what? Advancement or advisors, I guess? Wait, there's no way you go Bazaar, right? You could go Bazaar. Eco Wing's the only thing not available to him, remember. Bazaar is kind of wild, but if you RNG right, you just insta-win the game. Camelot is now being queued up by Myriad, so we are gradually getting towards that, but this is kind of tougher for Myriad. In this game, remember, he hasn't got Eco Wings, so there isn't going to be a scaling gradually into farms to fuel the war machine. Instead, he's going to have to play out onto the map. That might be a problem considering B has gone for Advancement Wing. He's on his way up. Wait, was that a misclick? He cancelled. Okay, I guess I can see where he's coming from. He's so close to having what he needs anyway, you might as well just go for an advantageous tech, and it is giving the Desert Raiders. So, interesting choice here. The Desert Raiders are a bit weird against the Camel Archers. The problem with going up against Camel Archers is Camel Archers are high base damage, and you have no ranged armor. If you gap close with the Desert Raiders, you will destroy Camel Archers. The issue is the gap close. Love the fact that we've also just got B spreading wide, right? Goes out into the deer with the outpost. Not something that Myriad wants to assault right now. Would take a little bit too long, a little bit too much effort. Outside this, Myriad is starting to stockpile some food, but almost feel like he's planning to try and play the A. He's playing all in here, which is quite dangerous. You can see that B is leaning very hard into Desert Raiders, has them queued in the stables as well as the Archer Rangers. One of the cool perks of playing as the Ibids is that you can build Desert Raiders out of both production buildings. So it gives you that kind of unpredictability. You know, with a lot of civs, when you drop a Rax, you're like, oh yeah, he's going to build Spearmen. Like, you know, when they drop an Archer Range, oh yeah, he's going to build Archers. Whereas when you play Ibids, one of the crafty things is you drop an Archer Range, and you could be going for Archers, or you could be going for the thing that counters Archers. Right? You could, to counter that, rather. So you could end up having something that solves the Horseman issue. It's kind of OP when you think about it in that vacuum. In the meantime, though, we have got a dive. Looks like a few villagers were picked, so well played there by Myriad to get a few kills. And that has actually given him the eco lead, but he's about to be an entire tech behind here. 30 seconds away. Myriad has not started his own castle up. He continues to invest in the army. I think this is slipping into a mistake territory for Myriad. He needs to recalibrate his economy right now. He's kind of gone sunken cost fallacy after going for the undermesh. He's investing more and more right with the Steeled Arrow. And although going military wing, upgrading mass archers is a good play, the timing is going to be very off here for that. Myriad should be suspicious when he sees his main Desert Raiders, right? Like, if this is a long feudal, it would have been mass horsemen and a few Desert Raiders. This many should have indicated what just got triggered. Castle Age now has arrived for B. And look at the Desert Raider count. All of a sudden, up to 8. Oh my god, a Myriad just can't try to pick at this. Spearman count is, what, 5 on the front line? The Archers need to target them down. Veterans is already on the way for those Desert Raiders as well, so they're about to get beefy. Go get beefy yourself, by the way. Check those guys out. Good protein in those meals. Myriad, this has to be military wing. There's no other option here. If you go culture wing, I think you're just losing this game. Melee wing is so important because you're seeing all these Desert Raiders. Camel Riders can try to help that a little bit. On top of that, oh my god, he goes for it. So, as I say, on top of that, the bigger deal is you are scaling archers and you want those archers to remain good. Composite bows does that. Culture wing is a whole different beast. I mean, he hasn't gone for his eco wing tech, so I kind of get it here. But at the same time, your punch in these fights is going to be notably weaker. Desert Raiders have upgraded. They're targeting down the last of the horsemen, last of the spearmen. Every unit but the right one there. Desert Raiders are going to be able to pull back here. The Lance count needs to blow upwards for this to win. Myriad, in the meantime, is going to get wiped on the horseman front. We have got the undermesh plus the steel arrow in, so B is starting to get the defense together here. Myriad has done a good job of trading well, by the way. I don't want to actually discredit what he's done here. His army was notably weaker from a per unit perspective, right? You have like 180 resource average cost for B, and then you have about 120 average cost. Actually learn that more like 100 because most of them spears and archers. So a good hold outside of B's base. But the biggest scary part for me is, you know, you're starting to slip your grip a bit. Camelot's account is going up, and fighting this becomes harder and harder. On top of that, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Moss drop coming in soon from B. Makes a lot of sense, right? He's about to gain map control. I do feel in some ways B has chosen a harder way to success here, but there's a good reason behind that. And this is the other reason why you go military wing as assassins, is B should not be able to do archers due to composite bows. Because this is culture wing, archers would have been an option. So, hilariously enough, B got inside his own head, was worried about the counter that was coming that actually isn't going to exist here. The mass Desert Raiders continue to get spammed. Camel Lance is able to start diving in. That is going to be a wipe of Myriad's forward army. Interesting micro away, just min-maxing the Camel Lances to keep them up. We do have veterancy, so this is kind of awkward now, right? Like, you're having to scale into these archers, even without composite bows, because you're up against Desert Raiders. It feels like one of the more efficient ways to trade. On top of that, we have got Ghoulims getting added in, but Ghoulims kind of suck against Desert Raiders, guys. They have 6 melee armor. And remember, Ghoulims double strike. So they're missing out on 10 of their 25 damage. Sorry, 12 of their 25 damage. Which means you're pretty much paying a premium for men-at-arms that attacks for the same damage as a standard men-at-arms, right? It's quite underwhelming. Love that read. Straight away, B going to the fit and level work to minimize the damage even further here. Top of this, Myriad's about to run out of food, right? He has got the berry patch here. That's getting exhausted pretty low. The rest is in the center, and he's already gone through the deer. So the other one is on the east side, which is where B is parking himself. I've had him on those days. Oh, wait, you're right. I'm an idiot. Thank you, Archer. I am a ginormous idiot. Why did... You can tell that I've cast non-stop eco wing builds by the fact that I just, like, I moaned that he went for military wing. And then 5 minutes later, I'm like, so anyway, he didn't get military. What's he thinking? Okay, so we are going to have it. It's such a weird build. And that sounds weird to say because for, like, the last year and a half, military wing has been the meta. But in the last month or two, and definitely on the pub server, Eco Wing has had like an 80 or 90% pick rate in Feudal Age. It's insane. Oh, no, I'm going to get some flack in the comments for that one. So, we have Military Academy on the way, which is really important for what B is doing. He's going very long production time units. But he is truly sticking to the way of the camel. Low from behind. Wait, he can't see that, right? Okay, he can. Whew, I was worried for a second there. It's a little bit tricky with these small stealth forests. Sometimes they do block you, sometimes they don't. Meanwhile, look at the tree line, though. What a move, B! He saw him overchop here. Villager's going to have to run. That means he's got access. So despite Myriad's zealous walling, he's not safe here. B does hesitate to head in, which I'm a little bit surprised by. That would have been a perfect opportunity to just kind of swarm the backside here and idle everything out. It's tricky though, right? When you play into mass Desert Raider, mass Lancers, yes, you can make that move. Yes, you get some eco kills. But the loss, each of these units is so expensive. The Camel Lancers, 240 resources. The Desert Raiders, 180. Not really something you just want to throw away willy-nilly, especially when you haven't got a farm transition ready yet, especially when you're mirrored 2TC, so you're not that far ahead. Things are about to get a lot better. We've got second relic on the way home for B. On top of that, okay, things were going to get better, and then he built Mango. Wait, hear me out. Is it not better now to just use Manganique Incendiary mode? Because the kinetic's so bad. That is a bold statement. But you know what? It worked out fine here. Double mango shot comes in. Myriad wasn't expecting that. Oh, wow. I mean, they are kind of underwhelming on the follow-up. That initial ambush shot definitely caught Myriad by surprise. And you see how much these Ghoulims just suck. The Spearmen were the ones carrying that fight. The moment you're down to Ghoulims, you're just doing no damage against Camel Lancer Desert Raider. It's kind of horrifying to see Myriad adding more of these in, actually. It's the worst unit he could be building right now. Crossbows would make sense against Lancers. Archers would make sense against Desert Raiders. Spearmen would make sense against both. But Ghoulims, you could argue it's to kill the Manganiques, but how are you ever reaching them? So, correct me if I'm wrong, but are Manganiques now not, and Mangoes by extension, now not better at killing specifically buildings? Because of the AoE being tighter, they'll hit what they're aiming for always, right? They won't have some fragment shots that kind of whiff. Oh, these are going to take some getting used to. Yes, but Manganiques and Mangoes always got bonus damage against buildings. That's not new. So that was just... It's more a case of because they suck against range units now, against infantry and whatever, they're probably going to be a bit better as these kind of building sieges than they previously were. Okay, so farm transition underway for Myriad. Still without ecoing, this hurts. It's very expensive to have to do, and you can see that that's the difference maker right now, is on the other side, B has finally started to go to it, but he waited until after he took a big win in those central fights. So much more berry mass for B to work with as well, right? So it's not even like he needs to go farms here. He's got the double berry patch on the left side. East side has been a very ambitious but successful grab for Myriad. However, a grab of a different kind for B here. Sacred Site is getting locked in. It's going to be a 5-relic game. And thank you for the clarification, Bandara. Yes, buildings did get buffed further from 24 to 30. So they were buffed against buildings. It's not just in the raw damage stat department, it's the fact that now because Manganiques and Mangoes have a smaller splash, they are going to be able to hit smaller buildings more efficiently, like outposts and mills. Whereas before, one or two of those rocks could miss. Oh my god. Guys, hear me out. He still has logistics. So remember, the way that the logistics wing works for the Ibids now, it's being slapped on. This was already put in place for Season 8, and I'm surprised it hasn't come out more. Logistics wing now gives a permanent healing AoE. It's like the Imam point for the Ottomans. Only when you get it later and later in the game, it gets buffed more and more. So that AoE heal will be buffed by an extra 50% than it normally would be. And it will always be on instead of being an activatable ability that only lasts several seconds. I mean, we might not even get to that point. B is looking to brute force the base, and Myriad. The Manganiques may seem meaningful, but if you get enough of them, the damage is going to register pretty hard here. He's going to have to back up. A keep drop is on the way, but not a fast one. Mangoes able to shove away the crossbows, and that means the Ghoulims are just going to get sold out here. Yeah, kind of rough, right? Like, congrats, you could have Manganique, but the amount of Ghoulims you lost in return made it a very unfavorable trade there. I think this keeps going up. On top of that, with the 3 sacred sites locked in, Myriad can't stay in the corner for long here. Why does Myriad only have one spear? Honestly, Crackby, I don't know. I too am confused. I think Myriad panicked and thought Desert Raiders get bonus damage, just like Camel Archers do, right? Something here just doesn't make sense about this. Ghoulims is never the answer against Desert Raiders. I mean, the entire army of B screamed, stab me with the spear, right? But Myriad, I think he just panicked under this camel massing. And now B getting ever closer to that Imperial Age. It seems inevitable at this stage. Oh, that's true. This one spear, he's carrying the... What are we going for? The Trident of Neptune to slay them all. The Spear of Osiris is in his hands. Even then, I think the Spirit of Iris might actually struggle to bring this all down. I think he triggered the tech up, didn't he? Oh, come on. No, dude, you've got so many dervishes. It has to be logistics. He's going for the Adabegs. Jumping onto the farms here. I think Myriad's just dead. There's no standing against this. I mean, he's going to lose this fight, let alone the follow-up one that's going to be coming with age up advantage. Unless, wait a second, Golems. The backstab comes in. The Mangoes are a little bit pinched here. Start to open fire. The dervishes have got that chain heal to try and make the army last a bit longer. B. What an obnoxious overextension. Myriad is losing out for it, though. Look at the eco number just going down. He's getting raided elsewhere by the Desert Raiders. There's a reason B's army got cleared up here, and it's because it wasn't the full power in one position. What a move. Myriad just losing so much of his economy on the east side of the base. And now on top of that, an entire age behind. The farm transition is also deep in for B. I think it's about 30 deep. Yeah, 30 when they're finished constructing. And Adabegs now only 45 seconds away. Now, some people might say, why would B jump in early? Why would he throw away his army? Good question. Adabegs doesn't affect already spawned units. You know, sometimes you've just got to accept that your firstborn was a flaw. You got to get it right with the second. So kind of clearing the field to get the chunkier units isn't the worst of ideas. I'm going to try to dive up, but I'm wondering if this is ever going to be quick enough. The keep is up, right? Sacred Sight was at least decapped, so that surprises me more that Myriad is counterattacking like this from the position that he was in. He must know there's a tech up going, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do anything about it here. Age 4 comes in, and remember, it is Golden Age free so far, so production speed has now ramped up. Myriad has to go and do some return damage. He can't just afford to tech up behind this. I'm not sure he's got time for either, though. B is backing up. Got all the techs coming through. Even the infantry support, I love this. He has 2 crossbows to give +3 armor to his camels. Guys, this tech is insane and slept on far too often. Infantry support is no joke. Your Desert Raiders can get 13 melee armor. You heard that correctly. Look what just happened there. They're vetted. They're about to be elited, and then these Golems are about to get yeeted. 12 melee armor against a unit that hits for 12 and 17. Oh my god. And now you see the truest form of the Desert Raiders as a counter to the Golems. On top of that, the mass crossbows do nothing. So, funnily enough, B building Lancers is making his life harder. If he just builds Desert Raiders, it's the freest win imaginable. Charge comes in. Myriad, he doesn't even try to fight this. Oh no. Yeah, this is done. His one chance was to stand his ground there. This retreat doesn't work against mass cav, and it's about to get so much worse. Biology is on the way. Do we call this a camel-only strat? I mean, B did open with about 10 archers. He did build 2 crossbows. I think I'm going to give it to him, though. This was a raw camel-only strat for the Ibids. Thank you very much, Brit Boy. Appreciate you, buddy. Welcome back to the Swarm. Oh, welcome to the Camel Swarm. What a way to flex in this. B, on match point, looks to boot Myriad down to the lower bracket with one overarching concept. He's a big Black Eyed Peas fan. It's all about his humps. Lancers charge in for what will be the last stand of Myriad. He finally starts building stairs. Oh no. If he'd only done this about 10 minutes ago, how different this game could have looked. But Myriad, he was like, B, that fella's tricky. He's up to something. I don't believe that this is his true form. He'll regret not taking it seriously. Camels win out. We've been talking about Abbasid camels being OP. Welcome to the Ibid Society. Oh, what a brilliant video. I hope you all enjoyed this. Be sure to subscribe. I'm definite that this one is going up on the YouTube side, and plenty more to come. That was just so, like, unnecessary, man. Holy crap. Camel for the win, right? Like, to that extreme as well. At no stage was like, I need to build something else first. Oh, wow. So, give me a second, because I think that one does deserve to go up on the YouTube side. I have a camel only. Every civ that has camels will be spamming them in Season 9. There we go. Alright, so next up, I think next up we want to look at is Kaiser Johann unprivated. We'll check out the Ezra one in a bit. I had a list of ones I was definitely going to go through. So Kaiser Johann's game against Myriad, I think, was on the list. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, just leave that one. The one that I thought might be intriguing was Louis versus Myriad. So let me pull that one up. Because I think Myriad got Byzant. Oh, for God's sake. They both privated their data, didn't they? Alright. We can't do that one then. I dislike both of them right now. Myriad should know better, actually. Louis, I forgive, because he joined like 10 minutes before it started. So it's like, a little bit different. So, what we'll do then, we can check out... Apparently, Ezra versus Chrysler was a good one. Let me have a look there. Reminder to players, if you play in a tournament, unprivate your data. Just do it. Don't question it. It's not a hard one. So we've got English versus Français. Oui, oui. J'ai de les bâtons made of baguette. Let's go. All right, loading this bad boy up now. I'll bring us across this screen because we're in the BO1 territory, so we don't need a full draft. We just need to know that we've got the good old classic English versus French. You heard it here? Yeah, you want me to pay for tournaments? Damn right, I'm a data thief. All your data belongs to me. Don't you forget it. All right, let's get ready to go. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Season 9 is going to bring us plenty of good things, and one of the things that is likely to return in abundancy is the 100-Year War. French versus the English, or the Français versus Anglais. In the English hands, they're going to be led by the one and only Genesis Gaming Chrysler in the purple. On the other side, we've got an up-and-comer in Ezra123, a young German player in the orange playing as French. Really interesting matchup, actually, the way this plays now. France is, I think I said back. They're not going to be broken here. They're not going to be S tier. But I actually think with all the drastic changes around the late game, France is going to park themselves firmly in B or A tier when things settle. This Civ received quite a lot of buffs. For a start, Royal Bloodlines is better than it's ever been before. And on top of that, when you get into the late game, things like Incendiary Arrows are going to be super effective. They are also going to benefit a lot from the fact that infantry is weaker, considering that late game French has never really been an infantry civ. So any nerf to infantry is essentially a buff to the other arcs, and those ones are ones that French fill with Arbitraire and Cavalry. And on top of that, the Reboldequins, that even after they get the ridiculous exploitative bug fixed, will still be a formidable force. And I think you've actually got a French that welcomes the late game. English, of course, was another big benefactor, though, from these patch changes. English just kind of... They hold ass into a different direction in late game, is the way I describe it. Men-at-Arms spam isn't really the way anymore for English, but longbows, in particular Wingard Rangers, are going to be the S-tier unit of this Civ. But before we even get close to that, we need to see the opening moves. And the opening move is going to be the Abbey of Kings. So likely Chrysal's considering 2 TC, which would make a lot of sense because English are going to try to pressure you. You don't want to meet them out in the mid-map where they will be rushing you with knights. Instead, you want to be able to hunker down and just kind of buffer away that pressure. So Abbey of Kings into 2 TC would make a lot of sense. And then you just spam spears to defend with an eventual white tower. I.e., welcome to Season 9. We're playing Season 8 again. In fact, what I'm going to do is hit the speed up. Just realized we can do that on these replays. The School of Cavalry, I wonder if you could have maybe went for Chamber of Commerce. The only issue is because it's the king. You know, if the Abbey of Kings meme was rather still a meme, wasn't actually a viable strategy, I think you could potentially go Chamber of Commerce, but it's just too risky with that one king. He could ruin your initial traders and slow you down. And even if you eventually kill him off, it's the attention he draws while England's making their next move. So School of Cavalry at least gives you control of the game, gives you control of the map. And hopefully we'll see Ezra utilizing that. There's 2 ways you can do it. Against some civs, you'll just move out onto the deer stacks and try and take that advantage of being the aggressor. In this matchup, I think you might consider Pro Scouts simply because they are going to have this king, which will be a threat to any pocket economies. So the trade-off is you either choose to get a very cheap tech in Pro Scouts, or you build 2 outposts on every deer stack. Now, if you do the basic maths in your head and realize you're going to be spending 400 wood on outposts and then 25 per mill, at 450 compared to just building a mill and getting Pro Scouts for, I think it's about 250, and adding in 2 extra scouts, it's kind of a no-brainer. So we'll see if Ezra does decide to go that way about it. Sheep count in the end, he's down to 5. It's 11 left over for Chrysal, and an intriguing wall coming up from the French player here. What? Wow, look, see guys, they still build walls so quickly. Ignore the fact we're on 2 times speed there. So, walls are up. The king shouldn't be too much of a threat. This one villager should be able to finish this off. But what Ezra just done there is insanely expensive. French is one of the better civs at getting away with it, though, and that's because of how far ahead they already are. That's the eco power of French, producing every 17 seconds out of their town center. He's up 4 villages at 6 minutes into the game. But that's going to stop now. Chrysal will pull the villages. Second TC's coming up. The King, Knight Rather, is going to go for a dive, but remember, the English TCs have double arrow fire, so very difficult to sustain under. I actually think Chrysal's kind of overreacting to this dive. King is now coming, so they'll definitely be able to come in now, but I think actually what you could have done there is Chrysal, and it's really underrated here, it's just short bow attack. Sure, it's only 2 damage per villager, but that's 16 damage on a unit that was already down to about 60 health. So at that point, you know, if they dive in, those first arrow shots from the TC will kill them. Speaking of which, shots coming out now, and it looks like the Abbey of Kings is going to make it as if nothing happens. However, cool little 1-2 strike there. Ezra able to get 1 villager for his troubles. Make it 2. However, the issue here is it is now 2 TC. On the other side, Ez doesn't have anything beneficial coming. He doesn't have a second TC of his own. We don't see him going for Pro Scouts. And he's pretty much out of sheep, right? So he's now going to have to keep leaning more and more into aggro because otherwise Chrysal will get an opportunity on 2 TC to come out. Right? And that can come in the form of just a few horsemen with a king to raid those different economy areas. I am personally not a big fan of like Ezra's approach with these walls. This is so expensive now, guys. Walls got nerfed. 4 seconds to 8 per piece. You can see it already there. Look how long it takes him. Yeah, it's like the villagers were working with Thor's hammer before. They're like, I don't think peasants would have hammers that nice. So now that they've got your basic slab of wood with a tiny rock on the end, they are much less impressive on their ability to quick wall. And I think that was a necessary change, but you know, a lot of players haven't really found the flow of things with that detail in mind. What you'll see happen is when Season 9 actually hits, players will start doing walls like this substantially less. Hate the Ville pathing bug? Yeah, I've noticed they've been doing it a lot where they walk the wrong side of the wall. And also Gates gets really weird with them as well. Man, it's going to be so weird to go back to normal server after this. I feel bad for the players who are playing in the 20. Like Kaiser Johan, how did it feel? Have you been back on live since playing the Season 9 preview tournament. I got a message from Anatand, who won this event, by the way, and he was like, I don't want to go back. King will not be able to get the kill, unfortunately, there. Remember, the king has a plastic sword. By the way, can we address the fact that this man is carrying a great sword and it hits for less than sword? Why is his sword not as strong as the French sword? I don't know, like, give him short sword or something. That would at least make more sense than a great sword. Look at the size of that thing. I just realized, actually, and it's historically appropriate. The English king looks like he mugged Joan. Joan has the exact same sword. Wonder how he got his hands on that. So, Chrysor's about to tech up. This should be White Tower. Love the fact he's adding in some spearmen. It's going to be necessary to get away with this. Wall is already obnoxious. Ezra looks like he's going to try to torch through it. You haven't got anything else to do, so I'm kind of okay with this, but it does mean Chrysor's going to get the tech for free. What the hell? Chrysor just ballsy there. Guess he wants to chip away the knights, so the dive is going to be difficult. Spearmen are now arriving. In fact, it is double Rax play, so not even just one. And siege engineering is being prepped, so Ezra's going for an all-in. Didn't we see him do something similar to B? A different game there, though, and I think he learned from his mistakes. In that game, he tried to mirror TC booming and fell flat on his ass. Here, he's been smart in not even trying, and he's also taken advantage of the fact that, like, as French, you shouldn't feel as pressured to mirror TCs if there's an aggressive opportunity here. This has been a really big change in French in the last, I'd say, about year and a half. About a year and a half ago, the meta for French was to build 2, 3, 4 TCs, right? But what players realize is, oh, no, because if my villagers are coming out quicker by default, I shouldn't feel the need to mirror town centers because I'll probably have a window of opportunity bigger than most civs would to punish TC expansions. My town now on the way up. Pretty far back, actually, so... Ooh, I don't like that. Chrysor, he protects stone, and that's kind of it. He hasn't walled to the edge here, so there's a wraparound opportunity. I don't think he's protected his base that well. Luckily for him, Ezra's army isn't big enough yet, but when we get a bit deeper into this game, that white tower placement is going to feel underwhelming, considering that he's leaning his farming economy south side. So it's not actually well protected. Like, half of his farms are not in range of the white tower. Alright, one's in chat if you think French are going to win this, twos if you think English have got this. You've seen enough of the game now to make a prediction. Ezra starts to march in. But with Castle Age already here, the window is going to be small. Veterancy hasn't been queued up yet for the Spearmen. Instead, Chrysor starts to queue Knights out of the keep. Spearmen are going to be shoved away. The King just trying to draw some attention here, but being completely ignored at the party. Until everyone comes in to beat him up at the last second. Nicely played there by Ezra. Good micro. Now the dive pass. There's no spears. Chrysor, he got greedy about this. Instead of prepping additional spears or trying to get the veterancy, he relied on the keep to produce knights at a slower rate than it once did. 20 seconds wait per. Now more villagers shuffling to the front side. They need to deal with the ram burst. The only way they're going to be able to survive here, but with the full garrison already in effect, these villages have nowhere safe to exist. Ezra dives past. And he needs this, remember. He's an entire age behind and shows no signs of heading up. Good. Villagers are going to come back in. Okay, this is kind of vile. The problem here for Ezra is if he doesn't kill one of these villages, Abbey of Kings kisses their boo-boos better. And it kisses them fast, remember. The healing rate on this is 6 every 1 second. So finally able to start denting into this a bit. Ram is still alive, which is why you're seeing him kind of rush repair. He can't afford it to go down, but it looks like he's done enough damage to shove Ezra back. A new Ram is coming, but we have more Spearmen here to defend. The issue is going to be Ezra has already prepped another wave of archers to keep on pushing. So at this point in the game, a lot of players would have found some way to tech up or go to TC, do something of some level of greed so they don't fall behind. And then there's Ezra. This guy is non-stop. it's crazy as well, actually, for Chrysor. I mean, the funny thing is actually, I think Steeled Arrow would have been worth it here. A Blacksmith dropping the Steeled Arrow, but he's wasting so much wood repairing. Because remember, whenever you use more than 3 villagers, you use more wood than you normally would to repair. That's why you're seeing the number so low, in conjunction with the fact that he's trying to get extra farms in. But because of that pressure, you can see he's only added 1 additional farm so far. Yeah, the little wood that's left over goes into Spearman. So kind of a tricky situation here for Chrysor. Does still have an eco lead, but nothing substantial. And you're starting to see what my complaints were around that white tower, right? It's nowhere near to protect. Typically, the white tower goes between the TCs so that you have this fully protected base when you're being this greedy. But Chrysor thought that the Abbey of King's Aura would be a better choice here. And in theory, it is, if your opponent is poking. But that's the beauty of what Ezra has done. He hasn't got a poke comp. This is an all-in strategy. Archers now just clown carring in. Seen this before. Ram isn't going to die either. And the Knights have been ring-a-rosing, and they've returned for the pocket full of posies. Villagers in trouble again. Textiles will make them a bit harder to bring down, but I don't know where the hell they're going. Moves around onto the Ram now, but the Archers are going to milk this. Additional Knights are coming in, and Chrysor is once again going to have his villager count culled. Oh my god. And Chrysor is now trying to solve the problem by going into men-at-arms. A cool idea here, but it doesn't answer the French Knights whatsoever. Rams have at least gone down, so that's going to be Ezra having to fall back again. And he's going to build 2 more. Yeah. Oh no, you killed my Rams. Anyway, back at it again. Love the fact he keeps poking now. You wouldn't believe that Chrysor rushed 2 TC in this game if you looked up. Other side of this, Ez is just not stopping. He still has plenty of resources to play with on the map. The game is getting more risky for him now, by the way. And the issue you have as Ezra is the deeper you go down this path, the more you're going to keep investing into this aggro path. Because every time you fail the assault, your villagers are in a more dangerous location on the map. So if you have to then fall back and just come to H3 yourself, Chrysor will just add in a few knights and play flanks, and you'll lose the game. So I don't think what Ezra is doing is wrong. There probably was a get-off-the-train moment before the last assault, which he didn't take. And now he's locked. If he can't get rid of the Ram, get rid of the TC rather, going H3 doesn't feel possible. So I've got more Raxes for Chrysor. Hey man, English have only been nerfed in Imperial Age. They're still the same old thing in Castle. Spearman arms starting to march out. No armor clad yet though. Undermesh is on the way for Chrysor. Ezra up to 11 knights. Now in theory, if he can get this count up to say 30, there is a play into Roar Institute available. He needs to get the count up. It's difficult to do when you keep head firsting into fights like this. Micro was mostly on point there. Just 1 or 2 Spearmen being missed out by the Archer mass, but the rest were mopped up by them. That means the men-at-arms are going to lose out in this fight. Armorclad is finally on the way, but Chrysor has once again lost his army. The villages are overextended again. Able to shuffle them back. Those textile choices are definitely helping Chrysor minimize the losses. Now this pressure is stopping him from building any sort of economy lead. Rams in. Ezra didn't micro. A bit of a mistake there. Could have actually had double Ram hitting straight off, but he failed to attack and shift 1 down. So yeah, the auto pathing screws him over a bit, and that does mean the villagers will be able to find a free Ram there. Oh God. This is getting ridiculous. One thing that I think is a bit shaky for Ezra, and I don't know if he realizes it yet, is that Network of Citadels was researched. So the men-at-arms, the Spearmen, have got double the attack speed buff they previously had. Might make it much harder to sustain, right? Like, especially when you're queuing up knights like this. We did have a gap from Ezra as he was shifting gold veins to the backside, but he's back online there. And he even has a farm transition underway. This is wild. Wolves are even getting involved in the party. Knights, in the meantime, continue to dive in, and I think that is it. TC's dead. There's no way he can hold this now. The Torch is going to get committed. You could try to rush repair. In fairness, the town center has been targeting down the archers. Nicely to get back in on top of this, but that new Rax might create the choke point he needs to keep the town center up again.
Are you kidding me? Surely not.
No, it's going. Chrysor, he's out of wood. He's out of time here. A valiant effort to defend. It took a non-stop siege of about 10 minutes to get through it, but the town center is dead. And Ezra can now start targeting Castle Age, guys. He has a 5 eco lead already. He's going to continue to pull ahead due to his quickly producing town center. This is the time to review the state of the map and figure out, do I go Royal Institute or do I go Guildhall? Meantime, those that we buff by the Royal Institute go for blood. Villagers huddled up here now. The Textiles is making this difficult. Remember, these Knights would normally 2-hit off of a Lance Charge. Unable to do so against 75 HP, but the damage is definitely racking up. It's 29 worker kills in this game. In some ways, I kind of feel like I'm watching some old school French, you know? It's not often you see them this all in on a ram timing. Usually they just scale mass Knights and go castle. Of course, that is now going to be happening, but it was so cool that he played this prolonged feudal that most players would have just dodged out of. And it has definitely paid off. Took a long time to do so, but he's kept the threat contained. Now he's going to make his way up. Royal Institute is on the way. Chrysor has started to bulk army, though, so he'll be looking to break out soon. I imagine we're going to see a monastery drop coming. Just because now he should be able to break out of his base. And that will give him the extra eco to kind of pad the losses that he's experienced here. In fact, I think Chrysor might be going for another TC. Villagers on the stone. Got plenty on the wood. And you can't really afford to be 1 TC versus, what is like 1.15, I think it is, roughly. Secondly, Arbitrary immediately queued up. Perfect answer here, folks, to everything. And funny thing about the late game, we talked about French in the late game, how Arbitrary were already a goated unit and they got buffed by these changes coming in Season 9. That especially holds true in this matchup. Like, obviously, you're going to counter the men-at-arms even better, but also it's the Spearmen. The Spearmen just don't have that extra HP anymore, and you have Gambesons. So the effective HP difference between these two units is much smaller, because Spearmen no longer get the extra health, but Gambesons is still as effective as it almost always has been, right? Like, it used to be, I believe, 6 armor. Did get nerfed down to 5, but 5 melee armor is still a ludicrous number. Army's going to dive in the meantime, so a little bit of return fire here. Chrysor finally gets the first worker kills of the game. Ezra already up to 9 Arbitrary, though, and the Knight should be able to hold this back. So a valiant effort by Chrysor, but this should not net him a win. He gets some eco damage done, and this will reset the playing field for him to go 2 TC, but it won't be enough to kill Ezra. In fact, at this point, I think Chrysor may need to consider just pulling back the reinforcements because he's trickling troops now. Trickling troops into mass crossbows is the worst thing you can do. And yes, longbows are in better now. I think we've been hitting on that in a few different casts on like a broken record. For the English, I think English late game is absolutely fine. Anyone molding about the nerfs that are coming in Season 9 haven't played English into a late game at all or thought about English in the late game. Yes, men-at-arms have been nerfed. They aren't the bread and butter anymore. However, you play one of the biggest benefactors of the changes to hand cannoneers directly and indirectly. And part of that indirect comes in how much better longbows now are. Add in Windguard Rangers, and all of a sudden, I don't see any world in which I should feel sorry for the English. I'm straight now, now just pushing forward. Yeah, this is not a fight Chrysor can take, man. He needs longbows. Longbows will be able to outrange the Arbitrary and thus outclass them. But the problem is you need to balance it quite nicely because you don't know if there's many Knights coming down the line. We can see that Ezra isn't queuing up more, but Chrysor kind of has to treat it as if there is that potential threat. Instead, I actually think he just needs to get on the tree line now. Longbows really is the answer to this, folks. Knights are going to dive in again. And I believe Ezra is about to discover the greed of Chrysor. Second TC just got revealed. I guess it's the third now. Arbitrary have those gambesons, remember, so they've got the 6 melee armor against spears that only hit for 10 damage, which is why you're seeing them so effectively frontline here. Oh, what a unit. This is the unit, by the way, that makes Zhone look OP in late game. In Season 8, Season 9, Season 7. It's just this unit. Arbitrary is the one big thumbs up that French have had in late game for a long time. Now, with the changes coming, we might see Horsemen and Knights add to that equation, but this is still the ultimate form in my eyes. Kryzo. Oh no. When I see someone building mangoes as a reaction to ranged, I'm no longer inspired. Ezra lost all his knights? What, 6 knights? Whoop-de-doo. He still has 24 expos. He doesn't need knights here. Kryzo hasn't created a dynamic where he needs knights whatsoever. Like, Kryzo's mistake here is having 1600 food and not going horseman. Or Lombos. Right, I kind of understand the Lombo issue because he's gathering forward wood now, so a bit harder, right? But Horseman would be the MVP. Ezra. He's just going to start stepping away. Feels even worse when you come out of that aura range, right? So Kryzo's just trying to buy time, buy space for the 2 TC to pay off. I always feel like Ezra's trying to get ready for Imperial. He's holding over 1,000 food at any given time here. He's been that way for like, what, the last 2 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, chat? So, I think this is a missed macro. I don't think he's looking to rush in. He kind of has everything he needs already, remember, because of the Royal Institute. Bar crossbow stirrups, which, by the way, is sinful to not have when you have this many crossbows. Remember, crossbow costs 120. This resource, when you go for this resource-wise, you're sacrificing 5 crossbows. But because you have 32, a 25% increase in damage is worth it. Mango is revealed. I'm warning you. That was a warning shot. I'll do it again. Yeah, get out of here. Oh, man. What a memeful unit. Yeah, mangoes are likely going to get buffed before the live server, folks. They're just a little bit too weak. I haven't seen how mangoes perform with the new upgrades in Castle Age, by the way. Those don't know, oh, Imperial Age rather. Those don't know, they changed the mangoes, as you can see here, but they also gave them a bit of their power back when you go Imperial. So I believe they got like 1 extra splash, or like double the splash, something like that. And a little bit more damage. Wow, we have a return to knight play from Ezra. Makes sense, right? His opponent's just going mass men at arms, so you could just keep going up the trie, but you could also just dent him harder with knights. Gives you the mobility. Kryzo now trying to mirror crossbows is the most ambitious thing you could do here. Mango. Needs to be dove, actually. He's not targeting down. Instead, Ezra just trying to out-micro the shots. And knights are going to dive in now, so able to wipe it out. Kryzo is going to lose the forward army. He creeped the outpost, but it's still too many arbitrary, and going crossbows is not going to solve this problem. Remember, if you're both mass crossbowing, Pavis, 5 ranged armor in the engagements. You'll barely get tickled. In fact, he's just done it here. Kind of interested that he's obnoxiously standing his ground. It's not optimal because the issue here is that the men-at-arms could be kited out, right? But he refuses to budge. Outpost is now going to be burnt down. Sprinter placement coming in is just going to be a waste of resources. So Kryzo makes the correct call in cancelling that. And we do have 2 TC on 2 TC, but remember the French TCs are a lot quicker. So we're going Imperial, right? We have to be. Crossbow Stirrups is on the way. It's weird because it's like Ezra just has what he needs. All he needs to do is fix his gold. I think he is going to go Imperial. Which is a little bit dangerous considering you went Royal Institute. You've already got most of the Imperial value until you get to University Techs, right? And get Incendiary Arrows, for example. Because you've got Crossbow Stirrups, you've got Gambesons, you've got Royal Bloodlines, you've got Cantle Saddles. Or you should have these things. They are not in yet still. So I don't really see the intricate value of just rushing H4 here, unless you are drastically ahead. Oh, yeah. By the way, guys, Season 9, pulling it now, the ultimate meta will not be Imperial Armory. It's going to be Istanbul Imperial Palace. It's finally good enough. I'm not even memeing. Viscous drops. I mean, this feels like memeing. The crossbows just struggling to actually engage each time. The Knights are giving some credence. I actually think that Ezra probably would have been better off just going Horseman originally. Would have been more cost efficient, but this keep is going to force a reaction. Kryzor trying to stand his ground against this. Has got the attack speed aura still. It's good enough though. Remember, it's Network of Citadel, so he's a Gatling gun. 1.64 attack speed versus what is about to be crossbow stripped up 1.75. So finally, Ezra gets the Arbitrary tech, but it might be slightly late here. A lot more troops lost than needed to be in this situation, actually. And the Knights should be able to carry him through, absorbing enough shots now. And the keep drop looks like it is going to be a success. But I gotta say, Ezra went the hard way about this. He misbalanced his economy. If he shifted more into the gold, he could have had crossbow stirrups easily 2+ minutes earlier than when he got it hit. Keep drop is big, by the way. That's the 8k vein secured. We've got Kryzor creeping out onto the west side, so he at least has 3k in reserve, as well as the 2k behind his base. But long term, what Kryzor has to deal with now is a French player that's essentially secured both 8k veins. Love the stable commitment. Remember, this is French gameplay, not Jones, so you are going to get the discount by plopping them around here. He could even go for the enlistment incentives, which you can get very cheaply, actually, inside the Royal Institute. Only 350 resources to grab. And we are finally getting the horseman we were looking for. You know what would actually be sick? Is if Ezra goes for Springalds. Most of Kryzor's army is just this bulk melee, right? So Springalds is a perfect way of countering mass spears, and that will enable the horseman further, right? And I think that's what Ezra's up to here. Either that or we're getting trip play. I know that Springalds are bugged. I'm fully aware. But that's the thing. If your opponent sends spears in to mass arbitrary, your melee armor lets you stand your ground. You just bevise so the crossbows can't kill you. And then you Springled. Instead, though, looks like it's just to deal with buildings. We've got Rams on the way. This has to be where you go Imperial, though. He's got the Ford Keep. He can just set up a red pass behind this. Meantime, Kryzor getting ready to dive in. Villagers are going to have to vacate the area. There's already a garrison squad inside the keep to rapid fire out against the divers. Kryzor, I mean, you could mango your way through this. It's going to take a while. And I don't think it's worth what you're losing on the dive. Look at the dead bodies already. Outpost also getting torched down, so they're trying to remove that attack speed over. There's a backup one behind it. Arbitrary are now poking. And the horsemen are going to look to row here and right in. Half the spearmen go the wrong way there. So the mango's looking exposed. Horseman dive-in is successful. One mango down. Second to fall here. And this should be a shove back. I don't think Kryzor can hold this location. Got one more mango coming out, but the Arbitrary just able to stay just out of range. I can't believe this. Kryzor is committing so hard to get rid of this keep. Surely not. I think he's got it. I'm actually impressed. I did not expect him to be able to brute force that, but it's almost like Ezra backed off too much. He's got so much army, it's simply not here and present. He hasn't been using the 4 stables either to produce horsemen, so no discount, no quick reinforcement on the front line. Finally, that's changing, but I think he might have waited a little bit long here. Keep low. Repair crew is going to be able to just keep it on the verge of being out of fire. And the Ram is now shuffling up. So with this outpost going down, Kryzor will have to back away. He cannot play without the attack speed aura. On your right, yet he did raid. Oh! Yeah, we might want to wall that. Kryzor, he got hit on the backside, so several villagers went down there. The stone wall is now going up, but Kryzor took a heavy kick to the groin from that, and he's not done yet. Ezra now with the mass horseman. Onto the tree line. Limited spears here to react with, and the Horsemen are just going to dive even deeper. So Chrysor no longer able to go on the offensive. Has to react in the back of his own base. In the meantime, Ezra is now locking in the second 8k gold vein. Jeez, this is getting out of control, guys. Ezra, I mean, it seems like he's gotten by the long curlies. And this is the worst case scenario for Chrysor. Look at his gold. Food is the problem here. That's what he needs to keep pumping. These farms getting out contradicts that idea entirely. Ezra, a lot of Horsemen are going to be lost, but behind this, remember, he's got a good farm count. 58 farms for the English. We won't talk about what he just done with these crossbows. What? Don't know why Ezra ignores relics. I think he was going for an all-in timing. So, based on the 2 games I've watched in this tournament of Ezra, I think Ezra... Oh, actually, 3 games, wasn't it? I think Ezra is very tunnel vision on aggression. I respect it. I think aggression is good. Like, you know, learning how to attack and kill is important. But you also need to think about what's next. How do I convert this? What is my key follow-up objective? And Ezra is usually so focused on the primary objective, I don't always see clearly the next step. Because in a way, like, this is the next step. Lock in the goal, get the long-term game. But you are right. There are simple ones that slip through the cracks. Like, relic grabbing seems like a given. Very easy when you have map control. There was a game against B where he didn't continue his land aggression in a water map, and then B finally done land instead, and Ezra just kind of slipped from the game, right? Like, these type of things. And also just losing sight of these type of areas, right? The arbitrary are not cheap. Throwing away several of them like that, especially considering that he doesn't have them around a keep, right? The archery ranges are not getting discounted whatsoever. So these are expensive losses for Ezra. And Chrysor now moving out. That castle never got fully repaired. Too late now. There's no way he can protect it. Ezra is going to lose control of the 8k vein. Has to migrate the area. Does have a 30 eco lead, but remember, on the other side of this, English farms are better than what the French have. The 4 relics as well. And overall, just what looked like better trades for Chrysor has me feeling like we're just trending towards an English win here. Yeah, especially with what comes next, right? If Ezra shrinks from the map at all, Chrysor will just rush Age 4. Time being is going to be rushing up these outposts. Attack speed aura is going to get activated again. Horseman able to hear him ride in, but the Spearman reaction is going to come through. And I think this is going to be another forced retreat, unless you leave your man go unguarded. Quick reaction by Ezra there. We'll get rid of the anti-range. An expensive outpost as well. Chrysor, at some point, man, you've got to cut the losses. I can't believe that. He lost about 10 villages to build that one outpost. As credit to him. A moment in the game where it looked like his control was fully slipping. The Arbitraire cover his ass and carry him through. Kind of rough for Chrysor, actually. I mean, your opponent's going Horseman, so in some ways you're justified to go Mass Spears, but remember, these spears do nothing. It's 8 melee armor against 11 damage. Oh my god. So, just to put that in perspective for people, that means it takes 40 hits to kill an Arbitraire. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, did I say 11 damage? Yeah, sorry, 11. So, not 40 hits, it's 25, I think? 26. Actually, I'm going to correct my math. It's 27. It's still a lot, though. Horseman diving in again. Not able to get the siege this time, so Trebuchets are in play. Now, keep in mind, the English do have a pretty quirky thing with Trebuchet play that other civs don't have access to, and that is, of course, the shattering projectiles. Do we even have a siege workshop, though? I don't think we do. No, so that can't come into the picture anytime soon. I mean, the bigger focus here is, of course, getting the Imperial. Yes, it's only an Imperial, but down the line, it's something that can matter, right? But I always check for things like Siege Workshops at points like this, because if players don't have them by now, when they go imp, they usually forget. The amount of rocks being hurled his way. Ezra has a huge army again, though. It's once again mass arbitrary. It's pretty much capped on what he can get value out of, right? We've got the final thing coming in listed incentives. Candle Saddles doesn't matter because you shouldn't really be building knights against mass spear crossbow. But I struggle to see how Chrysler wins this now. Right, we talked about how Arbitrary should be the MVP that wins the game for Ezra. He slipped away from it a little bit. I think he got side distracted and there was maybe some suboptimal trades. But if he keeps on point with his micro, I don't see how Arbitrary now lose this. Chrysler's trying to show away though. He's finally queuing up Horsemen. He has got the food for it. The question I have is, will he have the wood? Horsemen are starting to raid on the flanks. This doesn't feel safe either. In theory, with this type of farm count, I mean, you should be able to win mass Horsemen, but keep in mind, it's going to be Royal Bloodlines on the other side. So 62 more HP for the French Horsemen. Yeah, so this is basically health versus attack speed then. One of the negatives of just having these arbitraries is you don't have a way of burning through all these buildings. So that is going to be the thing that stops Ezra diving deeper. Should he, however, follow this up with like 2 or 3 trebs, he can start creeping across the map and taking out all of these obnoxious English defenses. The crazy thing to me is Chrysler's still sitting on 4.5k gold. He wants the tech. I think that's what you can tell from this, the way that he's stockpiling it. There's no other reason why you would hold on to 4k, right? You try and find a way of spending it. I guess marketplace prices are probably already inflated. So if Ezra keeps pressuring like this, it's really bad for Chrysler because it means he can't put that 4k gold to work straight away. Getting things like Unitex, Elite Tax, which would give him the edge. Instead he has to just keep on blowing. Arbitrary are going to step up. No Pavis play though. A lot of wasted fire going into the Spearmen. Horsemen are going to get body blocked on the east side flank. And this is Defender's advantage right now. So Ezra, he may have overextended the Mango. A meaningful unit right now, but when you stand still this long, it finds its value. And the Horsemen go in to mop up. Okay, we kind of have a problem here. Remember what we said before about Chrysler's real goal? When you throw away an army that expensive, you give him a pass to roam through the halls day and night. I think Ezra might just need to go into himself here. Because it feels like after that throwaway of about 30 arbitrary, we're heading there one way or the other. It's almost like Ezra's just scared of it though, right? It's tough because... Actually, no, it shouldn't be tough. So we had to make a ruling this tournament, guys. The Revoltiquins were banned. But that ruling didn't come until after this series for Ezra. So he could technically build Revoltiquins, and the Rangers and Longbow that are meant to counter them wouldn't counter them. Mango's smashing right now. It's actually obnoxious. These Raxes are making it so difficult for the Horsemen to counter the siege. Oh no! He doesn't even get to touch it. The villagers are not going to be able to keep that castle alive, so another keep going down. And yes, folks, Revoltiquins are bugged. They are meant to have, I believe it's 35% range resistance. Instead, they have 75 or 80%. So we had a game between Anatan and Louis where Anatan simply couldn't kill them. Mango's shuffling back again. Horsemen, maybe you're able to get one. I'd be surprised they get any more than that. It's just... What? Oh my god, the damage on these guys is kind of crazy. When you glance at it, you're like, oh no, that's only going to be 1 siege. Ezra needs to go now. He's stockpiled what he needs for Imperial. I think you just need to pull all villages in the vicinity and build a red palace here. That's your saving grace in this game. Did I say saving? Savings? Wow. I wonder where you could get those. Could it be via my link and my discount code across on the Protein Works website where they already have an 80% off sale, but then you get 10% extra off with code Killer Pigeon? You know what? That might be the place. Click the link. No, mate, I'm going to say it. Linus Tech Tips has nothing on my segways. All right. I'm going to throw the shade here. Linus is like, speaking of astronauts, it's time for a moment from our sponsor, VPN. Right? It's like there's no connection. I don't usually take shots at other creators, but I got to highlight that one. Now you cannot unsee it. Just like you cannot unsee French winning against English at 44 minutes into the game. All Ezra needs to do is age up. But you see, guys, aging up is difficult for a 15-year-old. I think Ezra's 15, right? It doesn't make sense. He just needs to click one button, guys. Wait, what? Ez, not like this. Okay, most of the horsemen are dead. This isn't too bad, right? Spears do not counter Arbitrary. Look at that guy. He's frontlining. He's meant to be in backline. Absolutely absurd. Arbitrary just went up the rankings in Age of Empires 4. They were already powerful. They were already strong, but now they're a knockout type unit. Mango counting out to 4, but Chrysal trickling in troops is a bit of an issue here. He doesn't have a front line to block. Mango's Agony jumped on. The Horseman not quite able to find the pinch, but the second wave, maybe. Love that. Last second, Ezra clicks north so he doesn't get the brace against him. He dives in, and we'll be able to find half the Mangoes. Why stop at half? Well, I don't know what that pathing was. He had a free stab. Guys, you can tell how locked in Ezra is. He doesn't even realize still. Finally, it's on the way. Red pass. He needs to pull the gold workers for this. You can't half-ass this, because this is very dangerous right now. You just kind of lost a lot of horsemen in that dive, right? Men-at-Arms switch-up is sick, though. Against Spearmen, they will win that fight. Against Horsemen, they will hold. Not something you'd usually expect to see from the French, but a crafty move nonetheless. And Chrysor himself, I don't think he can trade for a tech up. If I'm not mistaken, he's already been exchanging some of this gold. In fact, excuse me as I look for a marketplace. Wait, does he not have a... Guys, he doesn't have a marketplace. With 46 minutes into the game, he has 4,500 gold, and he never built a marketplace. Rip house in the meantime. Ezra just trying to get this one online. The dive comes in. And Chrysor will not stop it. Red Palace online. Villagers safe inside, and the army about to get massacred. Yeah, this is it. This is over. Chrysor, he's going to try to rush his own up here, but it's probably going to have to be a Berkshire, which feels painful to have to do in this type of game. Even then, against mass men-at-arms, elite teched up, I don't think a Berkshire is going to be good enough here. And that's it. He knows it. GG gets called. Ezra, despite the fact he stayed in Castle Age an extra 15 minutes, it doesn't stop him. All because these Arbitriers are kings in France now. Let me know what you guys think of this. I think there are so many subtle changes coming in Season 9 that have leveled the best unit the French have up even more. And I'm excited to see them finally getting early picked and prioritized in tournament play in Season 9. They're going to, man. They're 100% going to. They're good. They're actually good now. Arbitrier. French crossbows may be the most buffed unit of Season 9. Yeah. There aren't many units that feel more buff than them, right? They're like really high up there. Okay, so no, they don't get the +2 range, so that's like archers have an edge there, but overall, other trio are they're gonna perform exceptionally well. But good job, Ezra. I think if you can see some of the lessons to maybe be taken away from that. But it was well played. I think, like, honestly, if you get those kind of timings a bit cleaner, things like that, you'll definitely like see yourself rising up the ladders very quickly. One sec. Okay, I'm getting spam. I love my influencers need me when I'm streaming. So we'll sort them out a little bit later. So let me check. Were there any other interesting games? Look at any of the players who are playing the tournament. Were there any other interesting games from the lower bracket? I don't know if I saw any. Let me check some of Deniskia's. Yeah, definitely get your mid game together. Like the relic advantage would have been huge there. Like, it's crazy because you use so much gold with your comp, so I kind of get it. It's hard to thread them in, but even just one monk heading around slowly picking up those relics is going to be worth it if you know the game's going to drag. So having a look at Deniskia's data. He had a game against Trackor. That's English Abbasids. Do we really want to watch English Abbasids? Do you guys want to watch English Abbasids between Deniskia and Trackor in Season 9? Or do you want to see games from the ladder on Season 8? Way to spoil it, Deniskia. BC and Anatime fight 5 games to the fake rank. Aren't the servers going to be pulled down temporarily to disable the lives to the Season 9 server? I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's anything. Is Myriad here? Probably not. Alright, I'll put a poll up. It's down at 9 PM CST. Why are they doing it later than they normally do? What to do? Race to first Season 8 leaderboard. Board spelled incorrectly because of character limitations. So it's either race to first Season 8 leaderboard or Season 9 Nis versus Trackor. Alright, guys. I'll give you 2 minutes. Starting the poll now. Go, go, go. When pop live? We're not quite sure. Probably like 4 weeks from now. Well, yeah, but the pop... Yeah, but if the pop... Wait. The pop would usually... I think it started at 5 PM my time, so 3 hours from now. So I thought they would have just lined up perfectly to end exactly a week later. So how you guys voting? You guys want Deniskia versus Trackor? Was that a good game, Deniskia? The other possibility is I think there was a Kazi Johan versus Corvinus. Of course. He blows his own trumpet. So I'm double checking, seeing if we got like extra ones on top of that that are worth checking. So maybe we might also have Kazi Johan versus Corvinus. But I guess we'll go for the Deniskia one. So let me load that up now, folks. English versus Abbasids. So I think Trackor is like a rank 340 or 400 player, if I remember correctly, on live. Oh no, sorry, my mistake. I think previous seasons he was, but Trackor's doing really well this season. He's ranked 56th in the world. Previous season was 249. Season before that was 595. And then Deniskia, of course, is 127th right now. So quite high on the ladders from both of them. All right, yeah. Looks like that is going to be a win for Deniskia versus Trackor. And then what we'll probably do, we might check out Kazi Johan versus Corvinus after this. And then, folks, we're going to have a fun time on the Season 8 ladder because right now there's a race for first place between Anatand, Beastie. Louis has fallen behind a bit because he hasn't been active, but I'm wondering if he's going to start appearing again as well. And I think maybe Dumu's going to try to creep up, but he's trailing right now. I think he's down at like 11th. Season 9 has completely evolved the late game of Age of Empires 4. So what we need is a late game to see how much it has changed, which is why we are here in this showdown. Prep yourselves, park yourselves in your seats, because we are going deep into this one. Trackall with the English in the red, going up against Deniskia with the Abbasids in the blue. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. This is going to be a really cool one. Both of these players have actually been grinding hard on Season 8, and they came and played in the tournament that we hosted for Season 9's preview. In Season 8, Deniskia, at the time of recording, is ranked 127th in the world. Trackall is ranked 52nd, I believe I said it was. So he has been on a grinder, man. This is impressive. Trackall, the previous season, I believe he was ranked 217th or something like that. So the boy's been leveling up. Really big shout out to all these players that came and played, by the way. This is a game from the lower bracket of the tournament that we ran, the first ever tournament on the Season 9 patch. It was only a humble $150 tournament, but we got a lot of big names and some incredible games coming out of it. And I think we're in for another one here, because English versus Abbasids, meant to be a really good matchup for the English, right? However, we have seen non-stop council halls, and only one player has managed to beat the Abbasids doing that so far, and that is Anatand. Every single other English council hall build game against the Abbasids was a loss for the English. Let's see what happens different here, because we've already got an evolution. Trackall going to the Abbey of Kings instead of that typical council hall. Eco Wing on the other side is to be expected. We are on the 2-turn speed, folks. I like to do this at the early game. Let me know in the comments what you think about that. I think when we're this early on, and it's going to be 2TC versus 2TC, there's no harm in doing increased speed. All you're missing out on is how many reps Marie has committed to try and chop down a tree. Yeah, 2TC on 2TC. I imagine, do you go forward with this? Maybe very greedy, like here? And what's up, Fles Rudalik? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Welcome to the Swarm. Don't forget, guys, if you have got Prime subs, I appreciate you using them here. It makes it more feasible for me to pay my bills and keep on doing all the streaming. So I think he's going to place it on the gold. You could even shove in the deer if you're Trackall, which would be really cool. So yeah, drop on the gold. It's worth deer shoving. I don't think enough players do it in this situation, but Trackall, he's a good lad, right? Yes, my boy. There we go. English players, I've got a little secret to share with you. Can you come a little bit closer to your headphone here? Are you listening? Are you there? You ready? You can do something other than building farms. Now, I know that has deeply assaulted the identity of a lot of the English mains that follow me. But guys, going deer allows you to get a very fast castle age, which is going to be really important here, because the Abbasids are going to look to outscale you. They're at 3 TC. Power of the Eco Wing, right? If you want to know how good this is, it's almost the same cost as 2 TC, right? 35% discount means he's already saved 70% of a town center's cost doing 3 TC. It's wild how good the Abbasids are at this. Add in the fact that with Fertile Crescent decreasing the cost of farms, they don't pay that much now, right? Have a look at this. Deniskia pays 49 wood. Meanwhile, the English discount, of course, is bigger, down at 37. But it's not that big of a difference when you also add in the fact that the Golden Age gives the Abbasids an extra 15% eco gathering. Your English don't eat wild animals? Mate, I'm English. I love eating wild animals. Like your no, we love our boar. We love our mutton. Okay, I guess mutton's not a wild animal. I tried. Okay, I'm not going to lie. Well, actually, I did lie to you guys. I'm going to be honest here. I've never eaten boar. Can I get ones in chat for people who've actually eaten boar? You can't eat boar, right? I'm trying to remember. Like, no, you can eat boar. It's wild pigs you can't eat. I have never eaten boar. Am I missing out here? Like, how does it compare to the domesticated pig? And I'm talking like real life guy here, guys, not like the boar here. We've all eaten that. Except the Bassamanes. They never get to touch it. White Town out on the way, though, and ooh, not the best placement. He hasn't got perfect room around this to spread farms, but it's correct in terms of his base formation that he's protecting both TCs with this. Wait, you haven't eaten a whole boar? Okay, I don't care then. Like, dude, you see that one in the chat from Mr.? Oh, so let me just get my graph back. See how Mr. said one in the chat? 100% guarantee he ate an entire boar. That's how he's so strong in Age of Mythology. Not just any boar. He ate a mythological Norse boar. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I live in farming territory. So I get to eat wild bread. King go down, and all of a sudden, Camel Archers need to start pressuring this. This is the nice thing, actually, about having so many villagers. Yeah, so you'd think it's weird to be building Camel Archers against English, but it's actually really smart, considering most English players try to defend themselves with spears in the early game. And it's still a raiding unit. They have high base damage, 12, but their weakness is attacking a stacked economy area. You want to find the farms, not the gold. Because gold, with 15 villages around it, will attack you back. Milliwing now on the way, though, from Daniskia. So he'll have the counter to the Knight opening, which is really nice. He'll also have a blocker to the Relic play, which Trackor is now engaging with. Camel Archers are so good. No. They're so broken. Like, this is the new S tier unit. This thing is too good. You know, I admit to you, I said arbitrary like S tier unit, but like, come on, guys. You have to wait until Age 3 to get them, and they take time. This comes in Age 2 and is broken in Age 2. I think that's really what makes it so absurd. Does it scale that well into Castle? Not unless you've got like 20 already. But it comes back in Imperial. We've already seen how Camel Archers are one of the most pop-efficient units of the base vanilla civs in the game. But the reality is they are kings of feudal. First Relic being picked up by English, so Tracker already on his way home. And we have got the Knights being added in. A little bit surprised Tracker does this. I guess it's to protect the relics, but when you know it's likely going to be military wing from Daniskia, this feels like a bad play. A Knight will most definitely lose to a Camel Rider. Yes, so while, like, I want to address that, what's coming in from Sly Bebop there about Camel Archers in Castle. I'm not saying that camels can't be useful in Castle. The problem is quite often by the time you arrive in Castle, unless you played a very long feudal, you haven't scaled a lot of Camel Archers. So they aren't valuable at that point. Because one of the biggest issues of going for things like Camel Archers, Camel Riders, Lancers even, is how long it takes to produce them. Camel Archers get their value when they swarm. Lancers would get their value 1-to-1. Right, one Lancer is worth a lot more than one Camel Archer, which is why you see so many people add Knights in at the beginning of Age 3, but you very rarely see them spamming Camel Archers at the beginning of Age 3. You have limited production buildings, so whatever's going to be produced out of there needs to be worth its weight in gold. This is kind of rough. Brute forcing it with Knights. It is kind of working, though, due to the King being able to heal him after the fact, right? Both of these Camel Riders low on HP. We have Daniskia going for relics as well, but Trackor already has his number, man. Most of them locked in. Looks like he is going to be able to get a blocker on the south side here at least, but the back relic feels free, so we're probably looking at a 4-relic game here for Trackor. She needs to contain Daniskia a little longer. He is scaling actively into Camel Archers. Camel Archer Spear is pretty strong. Trackor is still only Knight, so essentially everything he's up against is going to feel like it's countering him. The other thing that I find really busted about Camel Archers, guys, is although it takes a long time to scale, in the early phase of the game, Abbasses want to play into Horsemen anyway to have mobility. I can't think of many other 2-unit comps in Feudal Age that are as lethal as Camel Archer Horsemen. In fact, I don't think there's any other comp made up of 2 units that is mobile to that degree that is that lethal. The closest is probably Horseman Onobagisha. Even then, you end up moving slower. So we did still get the blocker. It looks like actually Daniskia is going to be able to yoink this southern one away, but East side is the bigger problem. The scout isn't moving out. And he has got a monk on the way there. However, the knights are close enough that I'm pretty confident this is going to be a 4-1 split. Keshik Magadai? Do I think Keshik Magadai is more lethal than Horseman Camel Archer? No. You could probably put like an asterisk in there if you've got Yam the whole time. But otherwise, I'd still favor Horseman Camel Archer. To me, Keshik Magadai needs a very specific circumstance, whereas Camel Archer Horseman solves most problems that exist in the game. Because the other thing is that Magadai, they can kind of shred Spearmen, but it's not quick. Whereas Camel Archers disintegrate them with the double damage. And also, Magadai will make you move slower than Camel Archer, remember. Let's look at a poke. This might actually be a 5-relic game for Trakor. Holy crap. I mean, there's no getting out of this, right? Like, he's trying to commit to the fight, but Lombo's here to counter. And this is where the comp that Dynastia commits to gets a bit ugly. He went Spear Camel Archers. Spear Camel Archers will gradually get counted out by Lombo Mass. So great read there by Trakor to go for this, considering most players would not go into Lombos after going Castle Age, right? At that point, you feel like you need to be in things like crossbows. And Dynastia is going to give him a reason to with Gulim's on the way. But by the time he does so, Trakor may be an Imperial. And I love this build. The fast Imperial build finds its value by going Windguard Palace. And then you go into the Raiders. So Raiders is a very interesting one, actually. Raiders, to me, on Season 8, is the second best option in Wingard Palace, just behind Footman. Now, with the buffs to Rangers, I put it in 3rd place. But when you fast Imp, Wingard Raiders is one of the best tools you have. The reason is that at this point in the game, we're so early on, your army isn't very big, right? So if you had the ability to add 6 more cavalry units every 20 seconds, you'd snatch it up, especially considering you still end up with about, I think it's a 20% discount on the overall cost. The other crazy thing, by the way, Wingard Raiders are also going to feel buffed in this season. And the reason is that walling is much harder with the changes they made to the build speed. So people aren't going to be able to full wall the map anymore at 18 minutes pre, like they did already. That means that... Oh, okay. Well, scrap the entire thought process. Mark it in your calendar. Wingard Raiders will be worth it, but I don't know why Trakor's doing this. This feels like a blunder to me. I don't see any real warrant for going Berkshire, especially with this position. He's put it behind the White Tower, right? So the White Tower is already your bastion defense here. If they reach the Berkshire, like, you would have to heavily miss micro, because I don't think Dynastia should be capable of taking down the first defensive landmark anyway. Yeah, a little bit weird. I don't know. I think Trakor is playing overly defensive, and that's dangerous to do against the Abbasids. They are no pushover in the late game. Very strong economy, very desirable units. To see if Trakor can make this work. He's not going to have those Wingard units. Dynastia will look to keep poking, but I imagine he's considering a tech up himself. Does have the agriculture tech, so his farms are already insanely efficient, by the way. He's got the 15% from the Golden Age, another 15% from the agriculture. Funny detail about that, folks. That mirrors the influence of the mills for the English. Obviously, they'll get a little bit better for English because they have enclosures, but that's where the Imperial is going to be important for Dynastia, because he will get access to this. Improved processing that will give him 8% more resources across the board. Abba wait, what are you on about? Abba has crap units in feudal. They do not have crap units. They have good units because they have mass. You don't need military wing to be good as Abba's in feudal. You just go eco wing and camel archers. Like, mark my words, guys. At the highest level of play, 80% of games for Abbasids are going to become eco wing camel archer. It's that stupidly good. On the backside, so a little bit of chip damage being done here. Nothing too substantial. Trakor is still falling behind though, and this is the power of this free TC build for the Abbasids. I don't think I've yet seen on Season 9 a single Civ Ego Chal a TC race with the Abbasids and win. And you're seeing why with this effect here. Sacred Sites are now locked in. Daniskia is about to trigger the tech up, and this is the correct choice. You go Culture Wing. The reason is that you're going to save so much off of Imperial techs. Culture Wing kind of got buffed for the Imperial transition, folks, because of university tech costs. Now that they're at 1,400 to 1,600 in a lot of cases, saving 20% adds up a lot more than it previously did, right? Because these uni techs cost 50% more. Add in the fact there's additional techs to now worry about, and it's just a no-brainer. Now Skillen are going to have to defend. Oh, Daniskia should be fine. The army of Trackle's not big enough. He also neglected to get any elite techs. Yeah, this is a false Imperial Age. And this is also another reason why Wingard would have been nicer. If you were building Rangers or Footmen, they would automatically be the Imperial versions. They're their best form by default. You don't have to burn the 700 gold. So it gives you a premium army without having to pay a premium cost in terms of upgrades. Instead, you're now in a castle and castle fight. He has at least, no, not even got that. No network of citadels either. So really, Trackle had no reason to come out like this. I don't know what the hell he was thinking. Gulem's getting good trades. Army getting obliterated. And Trackle making a critical blunder. Maybe it's a good thing he does have that Berkshire because he might end up needing it. Oh my god. Mistakes made, and now Daniskia gets the freest play into Imperial Age he could have asked for. I mean, these are the trades you dream of, right? When you're this delayed on teching up, you usually expect to have to pay a price, especially after falling back after attempting an assault. But instead, at the tail end of that engagement, it's 32 to 13 military. It's a 40 eco lead. And with Culture Wing and the reserves he's built up, Daniskia is going to be rapidly pumping into his own elite techs. And yes, just to confirm for people, network of citadels is fixed. Wait, there we go. It is fixed in Season 9. So you can see he got it. Oh, wait, did he cancel again? Or is it bugging out? Well, he did. Wait. Ah, there you go. He switched over. So once this completes in 35 seconds, you'll see the landmarks keep it. For those wondering what the bug is, currently there's a bug where when you tech network of citadels, all your existing landmarks that should have network of castles lose network of castles, but they weren't getting citadels. That's been fixed. Did we actually not get Preservation of Knowledge out of Daniskia? Oh, wow, that's a huge oversight. I hope he gets it before Unitex at least, because he's missing out on a lot of savings. Yeah, not a clean game coming in from either player here. So here you go, guys. Network of citadels is in. All buildings kept in. Mangoes. Now starting to stack up. That's peculiar. Does Daniskia have a siege workshop? He doesn't. So I'm a little bit surprised he's even building mangoes. Not bad in these choke points, but you could be making them a lot better if you had siege workshop. Hawk is on the way, so Preservation Knowledge is going to be there for 20% discount. And check those prices. That feels so much more reasonable, doesn't it? You know what, guys? I actually think you just go instant arrows with bowstrings and you mass out on archers. Remember, he's got composite bows as an option here. If you get okay, this is sick. If you get composite bows and camel support, I actually think Abbasis might be a bit busted in late game. I mean, English can still outrange you, right? If they go for their own Unitex, but in this game, Trackle, he doesn't have the resources for it. I think he's got maybe one Unitech on the way. Where is it? Because he's built one. No, he built it just to look pretty. Yeah, this is not so much of a Oxford University as it is a... Oh, God. What's like the worst uni? Hull? Sorry if you're from Hull. Don't actually know what the worst one is in the UK. So yeah, just sitting there giving him no value. Pretty much just a waste of wood. He needs to get into tech soon. I don't think Elite Army Tactics is the way here. You know, Elite Army Tactics did get buffed against Gulems, right? But ranged is your bigger problem. we still don't have that mango tech. Because we still don't have a siege workshop. Remember, siege weapons like the mangoes may be nerfed against bio units, but they're actually buffed against buildings. They've got bonus damage through the wazoo, or up the wazoo rather. It used to be 24, now it's 30. On top of that, the focused shots mean they're better at taking down thinner buildings like outposts and mills. And yes, folks, camel archers can get 1 extra range with the bowstring tech. Push comes in. TC's not going to last much longer. I love the fact that we just randomly got public libraries coming. Public libraries is quite comical, guys, because if you get all of your eco-techs on a water map, because you have additional eco-techs there, I think you get something like 142 HP on villages, because textiles increases health by 50%. So this tech looks like a meme, but it actually isn't. Draco massing up the boys to defend here. Mango shots coming in. Wow, great. Mango, real strong. Yeah, no, he's not going to hold here. Traco's going to shove him away. So Diniskia may have prematurely stepped up to the pitching mound here. Throws a slow ball, so he's going to have to fall back. Behind this, it is just more of these golems and crossbows, so no switch up in terms of composition yet from Diniskia. Yeah, I'm personally surprised he isn't going for camels. Camel riders here is not terrible. It just gives you that wraparound. I should have good camel riders. Probably go camel horseman. Camel archer rather plus horseman. Works pretty well. Hand cannoneers is also weird. Niskia, please tell me you've been reading the patch notes, buddy. I mean, it's good against the men at arms, but there's already so many longbows and crossbows that would counter you here. I mean, if you got the gold, right? But there was probably a better way to go. I think Horseman was the most obvious choice Daniski could have made here, especially considering he's got almost 4,000 food income a minute. Instead, he's going hard in the hand cannoneers. We've already got Serpentine Pounder on the way. The key drop is actually dealing with Trackle's army. I'm a little bit shocked by this. He chose to just park underneath it with no siege, so pretty much loses the entire battalion. A keep is being built up alongside the enemy one. Might be able to get that, but it's going to be tight, folks, considering the amount of units he's losing and how quickly they're falling. And what is up, Hygotron? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to the Swarm. I think this shouldn't go up. As long as Diniskia just attacks the villagers now, this will be a fail keep. On top of that, we have got Culverins now arriving, right? Bombards are assaulting the other keep, so Bastards are strong to keep theirs up. And Diniskia not quick enough to deal with this. The villager, the final one goes down. The castle will not complete. And there's no way he can bring more villagers. He has to cancel it, so loses about half the stone committed there. And the castle, the Bastards, is going to hold up. Big mistakes made. Trackle misreading the situation and standing underneath the keep. Lost him an entire army. And Diniskia, this slippery play into hand cannoneers that should have felt dangerous, risky, almost impossible to pull through with, worked because Trackle wasted so much time on these static defenses. On top of that, Diniskia did have the foresight to spam these archery ranges a while ago, so he's up to 16 archery ranges, and you have to remember, the Bastards in the late game produce ridiculously quick. So he brings out hand cannoneers every 22 seconds. Such a powerful tool in his arsenal. As long as he can afford it on the gold side, right? And he does have that 8k gold now to lean into. Still a 4k to the north and, well, still half of what's left of the 4k over here. Not to mention the fact that he's snuck all the way south side and is fully exploiting this map to tap it for the gold. Trade would be a possibility as well, considering Trackle hasn't really been doing anything about the south side of this map. So he needs to start getting out, because if that possibility comes in, we've seen how absurd a Bastard trade can be. And yes, you are seeing that correctly. 117 HP on these villagers. The only thing that can kill them is Daniskia's delete key. Trebs now sieging in. Remember, Trebs were one of the biggest benefactors of the siege changes, actually, guys. Springles no longer make it impossible to play Trebs. Clash coming in here. Remember, hand cannoneers with the Serpentine Powder are the answer to mass men-at-arms. Mass men-at-arms that no longer get extra health from elite army tactics. Look how quickly that front line melted. Gulam's already in as well, targeting onto the Longbows. Longbows that were trying to deal with the siege. The Trackle is going to have to back up here. White Tower is barely holding on. Pressure is most definitely mounting. And Trackle looks like he's starting to trickle troops here. In the meantime, there's going to be a tiny raid coming out on the flank, but nothing substantial. White Tower, on the other hand, looks destined to fall here. Trebuchet should be able to get it, but the repair crew is at least going to drag it out for, I'd say, about another 20-25 seconds. So might be enough time for Trackle to move out and counterattack this. That's exactly what it does. Longbow's getting range, and he has got the siege damage now. So Incendiary Arrows is there. Remember, they buffs the Incendiary Arrows now so that when you attack buildings and things alike, you will do 3 damage instead of 1, and you still get the 20% increased damage that you would normally have got from that tech. No silk bowstrings though. A little bit surprising. I think bowstrings really feels OP when you have access to ranges, but it would allow him to keep his distance. The only issue here is if your Lombos are keeping your distance, the men-at-arms crossbows are just dying first, right? And I'd say Lombos is not the premium there, right? Crossbows is more expensive. Why do I get the feeling this is not over? I mean, it's crazy because I think Deniskia, if he just brings more full production, he should be okay. But I think he's using select all production, so a lot of his troops are coming from back home. Which is meaning that he doesn't have that same push power he would if all the production buildings being utilized were the ones on the central sacred site here. Spawn to the breach though. Trackle. Just about holding on. The army is beginning to be diminished though. Farm count is quite high. I'd imagine 60, 80 farms here. So remember, that's going to give him the gold trickle to keep on pumping out men-at-arms and crossbows. The problem here is actually Trackle needs hand cannoneers of his own. It would be a great answer to the Ghulams, but he just has no way of getting the resources for them. So Deniskia should be able to start breaking this. Does need to get some siege out. I'd love to see him just adding in 2 culverins, as the trebuchet approach is taking a really long time. And these hand cannoneers can't camp underneath static defenses for long. In fact, you're seeing what happens when they try to. Yeah, Deniskia has gone the hard way about this, folks. He finally realizes it, though. I kind of get where he's coming from, to be fair, though. The issue is the Berkshire. He knows there's a Berkshire there, so if he leans into culverins, rather, he can deal with the White Tower, but he'll lose them when he tries to snipe the Bark. So that's why I think Deniskia went trebuchets, is instinctually to deal with the defensive landmark of age 4. But it did kind of come to bite him in the butt with the age 3 defensive landmark. Kind of impressed that Trackle's holding on. I mean, we said he's a high-ranking player, right? He deserves our praise. On top of that, like, and this isn't to discredit him, because he is good, it is English. This Civ is so ridiculous still. I can't believe we're on Season 9 and Network of Citadel still hasn't been there. It's the only reason he's holding on in a game where he should be holding on. That attack speed buffer of 40% is saving his ass from getting cooked. Maybe not for much longer. Corrins now about to dispatch the White Tower. Strong point defense is going to be removed from the equation here, so Ghulams and hand cannoneers should be able to start reaching a bit deeper. Love that immediate tugging to the monastery as well, just to take away the relics, which are giving so much extra resource here. White Tower is being repaired in a rush, but remember, folks, it's not going to help you until it goes fully up. And Trackle, this is a big investment from a lad who doesn't have much wood access left. Remember, he's rushing the repair with about 15 villagers. That demands a premium when it comes to the cost. Anything above 3 villagers and you're paying more than you should. Now, Corrins are nerfed against infantry, by the way. They aren't as solid as you think. They used to be really good because I think they had, was it 85 base damage? So I used to call them Barrett 50 cows. They were great at sniping out infantry. They now only hit for 40 damage. So really underwhelming. Trackle has at least shoved him back enough that he's going to be able to get a new keep up. White Tower is still not repaired though, folks. That's 40 plus 40 against infantry. Only if you get the tech, right? You have to get chem for that. And he hasn't got chemistry. So, folks, right here, chemistry, increase the bonus damage of all gunpowder siege weapons by 25%. The bonus damage bugged? Yeah, it's not registering here. I remember reading somewhere it was meant to be 40 against infantry, but it's not there. Is it bugged only for culverins, though? Because I've noticed it doesn't seem to be there for culverins. Do bombards work correctly? Or have they got the same issue? Okay, it's only culverins. All right, there we go, guys. The nerf to Abbas's late game is a bug. Yeah, I thought I read something about infantry, like, thinking back. But so far, I feel like all the games I've seen where we get the cannons, it's culverin play. We very rarely have been seeing actual bombards. And I heard about that. Apparently, Azitsu are getting the plus 40 damage versus infantry. Finally, a reason to build them again. I kind of hope they keep maybe a slightly nerfed version of that, like plus 15, plus 20 damage maybe. That would be cool. I'll keep down culverins, able to dispatch that easily enough. The game has suddenly slowed down quite a bit. Not for long. Guillem's once again in. Boot camp is an even bigger deal here. Remember, no elite army tactics, health coming in for the men-at-arms. So this Guillem's just so much more chunky. The hand cannon is quickly just eviscerating that front line of the English. But enough crossbows here to also repel the Guillem's. Oh my god, this game is not going to end. I hope people didn't have anywhere to be, because we are going deep into this game. And I believe trade is now being set up as well. So yeah, Deniskio realizes where this is going. And this is important, folks. English are ridiculous. They will not run out of gold. The farms give you that. 80 farms gathering that much gold, like you're cozy, right? Deniskio, on the other hand, is building Gulems, hand cannoneers, crossbows, culverins. All these things require gold. So this trade route is quintessential for him to succeed. That's why you go for Sacred Site wins versus English. True, or here's an alternative choice. We just get rid of the attack speed aura. Give English something else, man. Like, if you want it to remain an attack speed aura, make it an activatable thing. Right? Don't make it a constant thing. That's the problem I find with that that quirk for the English. It makes them oppressive at so many points in the game. Like, imagine if instead it was you activate it for 20 seconds, all outposts and whatever exude an attack speed aura, and then it goes on cooldown for another 20, right? So you have a 50% uptime of it. That would still be broken. Only for melee or only for ranged? I don't like that idea because that basically pigeonholes them into one unit type to an extreme. And they're already pretty hard pigeonholed into the idea that range should be their go-to, right? Especially with the changes coming. Mass ab archers would be nice. Sort of. It's a bit weird because of the men-at-arms, right? Like, your back part of your formation is meant to be dealing with the men-at-arms, and then Gulems are meant to win by diving the enemy. I wouldn't mind seeing him try mangoes here with the upgraded splash, just because he's playing against a slow-moving army. Swing makes that army has crept into the farms. However, that comes at a cost. There's not many troops left to defend the front side. This is now going to force a reaction out of Deniskio. He's going to shuffle away from the farms. Crossbows are going to come up to mob that up. Meanwhile, Gulems are actually hitting the back line, so not ideal here for Drakkor. He needs the men-at-arms to be the blocker. Or at least starting to arrive. Alright, one's if you think Deniskio is winning, two of his Drakkor. Because at this point, I'm just like shrugging going, who win? It feels like this game is just not going to die. This game's not going to end, and no one's going to die. Trade is at least underway, right? No. No traders yet. Deniskio is playing a very dangerous game. He's on his last gold vein up here. He's only got 400 left, and then he's completely dry. I don't know, man. This is kind of slipping. The good news for Diniskia is this might encourage him to go Horseman, which would probably just make the most sense at this point. Not great against the men-at-arms, sure, but you can wrap around and clear up the crossbow archers. Then these hand cannons could win the fight. I'm wondering what he's waiting for me to criticize it. There we go. Finally, we're underway. Oh, sorry. He actually has 15 traders, apparently. It just bugged out on the UI originally. Okay, this is not too bad then. Also, funny thing about traders, guys. Public libraries works on them as well. 118 HP on the traders. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, and there's still a few extra eco techs to get, right? So it's going to be much harder to kill you. Add in the fact that they still have the armor tech for trade. So you can get +3 armor. Yeah, horsemen are not going to be a good way of shutting that down. And he is getting 31 gold, but that should go up. I don't know why it's so low. 81. There you go. I think the first was bugged for some reason. So 81 gold each way for Diniskia. This is his lifeline. And right now, Trakor may be a little bit too tunnel visioned into the base of blue. Trying to dive in and mop what he can. But remember, the issue for Diniskia on the end of this game was defender's advantage and tripling troops. Trakor is now about to do the exact same thing. Yeah, and you're kind of seeing it as well. He's at least extending the outpost aura, I think? No. So no attack speed aura coming at all. Trakor is now a normal civ. And that means he's going to have to Vamos at it. Okay, kind of a tough one. And not just that, what on earth? The encirclement from Diniskia. Outposting keeps going up that saturate the farm area. Oh my god, he needs to react to this ASAP. Troops are on the way down, but keep in mind these cannon emplacements are huge, folks. Cannon emplacements have been buffed against infantry comps because you no longer get extra HP, which means cannon emplacements melt you. What a cool idea in Diniskia. This is going to buy time, right? For the main army to arrive into the base of Trakor now. In a game where Trakor should just be miles ahead due to the military advantage, he's split too wide to utilize it. Oy, so many troops having to be used to clean these up. The Lombos will at least be a bit more efficient, right, with the siege damage now. But his cannon emplacements are making it pricey for Trakor. I can't believe that. What a sneaky get. And it's so ballsy as well, because there's a risk now that your opponent marches south and discovers the trade. So this doesn't come for free. There is a potential issue now for Diniskia that he gets fully cut off from his trade route. Especially if you keep leading the village. No! Diniskia, what are you doing? Just let them die. 13 villages is nothing for an Abbasid economy. This trade is everything, and now it has been discovered. Oh my god, what a mistake, what a blunder. And this is why he was getting 31 gold, by the way. That's how he got the trade transition so quickly. He has a total of 9 markets here. I mean, he's going to continue to shove in. Keep in mind that trade is not buffed, by the way. This is not a double Imperial Age Abbasid player. He never got the trade win. We've got more buildings creeping on the flank though. And now that I think about it, that is a jackpot waiting to happen. If he breaks that palisade, so many farms. Trakor with another TC. He needs it. Look at it. He's down to 78. Unbelievable. Meantime, Sacred Site's going to be captured here, but the trade is still underway. Trakor. I think this game is slipping away from him. It's tricky, right? He's holding a bigger army, but that's for a good reason. It's because his economy is smaller. Diniskia has always popped. Trakor still has that big reserve of men-at-arms queued up, sure, but what was it, 70, 80 a few minutes ago? It's starting to go downward. Meanwhile, Diniskia is getting to a point where he's starting to find himself pop-blocked with a queue in reserve. It's like Covenant will at least be dealt with. Walls were broke temporarily, but those are going to be fixed. Crossbow mass on the east side is kind of problematic here because realistically what Trakor wants to be doing is moving south side. This move by Diniskia is designed to keep him away from the trade. Lewis asks, what do you think the siege changes will do to change pro tournament play? I think you're going to see much less greedy castle age rushes that rely on a mango to save you, which is smart and much needed. The late game is still a bit of a question mark because you don't have tools that are as effective at wiping armies, but we'll have to see how that plays out once spring rules have been fixed, because spring rules are bugged right now. They don't work against moving targets. I do have a feeling that you're going to see more siege in the form of spring rules, but it's hard to gauge until everything's fixed. Trackle, at least trying to dive into that economy again, but we have got a break-in coming. Not the quickest break-in, but this is going to achieve a lot of idle. And it's not about the food income, it's about the gold income. That's a bigger impact. The keep drop as well from Deniskia. This guy is non-stop on the flanks. Trackle, now up to 120 military, needs to start finding a way of going in. He can't keep reacting to these flank raids. Every time he does, he loses the ability to dive the main. Or at least dive the main and do any real damage. Crossbow's now diving in. Oh my god, Trackle! That's 20 villages lost. Make it more. He's not reacting quick enough to this. So all of a sudden, Trackle down to 65 economy versus 127. And more still to be lost here. The back farms, that's 16 more villages unprotected by the English player in red. He's at least returning fire. The traders are starting to be sniped as well. And there are some farms out here he can look onto. But the issue now really comes into the picture. We mentioned before that Trackle has a big military lead, but he's not able to punch through because he's splitting the map. But at least he's doing some damage. The issue now is once this troop gets cleared up, you don't have the economy to replace it. Not unless you reduce Deniskia down to 70 or 80 eco. Oh my god, and what the this is ridiculous! Sorry, what was that about English men-at-arms have been nerfed? I don't think Trackle got the memo. 125 men-at-arms! I cannot believe this. And Deniskia, if he realizes this and gives up 20 hand cannoneers, it's ogre. I can't believe he's just gone full one-dimensional. It says everything about the English economy, mate. French in this patch are able to afford this many knights. We can only afford the men-at-arms. Can't afford the ponies for them. Bare hands. I can't believe he had 126 men-at-arms. He's still losing more eco, and it might be even more still. Keep drop on the way. The short bows aren't quick enough, guys. Remember, it's 117 HP per villager. Oh my god, he can't stop this. He actually can't. This is ridiculous. Normal textiles, and this would have been good enough, right? It's like 4 or 5 extra villagers dead, less progress, but it's undeniable. Keep's going to go up, and that means that TC is essentially disabled. What am I watching in this game? We're 48 minutes deep, and between the two of them, they don't have 130 villages. What a fantastic game. On Trackle, the fatigue is starting to set in here for his army. 65 men-at-arms and shrinking. Meanwhile, Deniskia is up at 57 Ghoulems and feeling confident. Oh my god. Some more damage coming in on the flanks. The men-at-arms are going to reach around. Looks like the traders took the short route. So Deniskia is even weaker on his economy now than you realize, because 17 of those are traders that are only getting 19 gold each. This game. They are just scraping the bottom of the barrel here. Farms are at least operable again for Trackle. And Bombard has now arrived to deal with that castle. So the keep, obnoxious keep that has been blocking the second TC will eventually be dealt with. This is ridiculous. I mean, the awkward thing, though, is the reinvestment cost of rebuilding Nico in the first place, right? 50 per villager. Over here, it's just going to be 32, and he does have free TC. So the reason why you're not seeing Deniskio just max boom out on that is, one, his army needed to get bigger. Two, the other issue is he doesn't need food. He needs gold, right? And villagers can't help with that anymore because all of the gold has been tapped. Now, it might be time to make Trackle tap out. 77 Ghoulems. Why is everyone speaking German in my chat? What happened here? I like how as a rule, can we please keep it English, and my mod is actually just leading them astray. Jawohl, mein Kamerad. Deniskio knows the way. It's time to send Trackle to heaven. White Tower is back up. However, that many Ghoulems do not care. Pull out the torches, boys. It's time to start a bonfire. Trackle tries to stand his ground here. Men-at-Arms are going to get cleared up fast, though. Before it was Trackle's turn to dive in with 125 Men-at-Arms. Now Deniskio arrives with an army of 125. Only his has a little bit more variety to it. 60 Ghoulems remaining. White Tower now being targeted down. Deniskio would benefit from a bombard, but that costs gold. And gold is something he does not have. This game. White Tower will not be protected. He's going to fall back beyond it. So 32 military versus 99. Deniskio needs more troops coming, guys. This isn't enough to end the game. The Berkshire is too strong for him to do it. But he could pivot onto the TC instead. So one landmark down. Crossbows to be able to keep away what remains of Trackle's army. And the Ghoulems head on in. Primary town center now being assaulted. Behind this, trade is back online, full distance on the map. 21 of them returning 81 gold each way. This is what he needs. This is it. We are in the final stretch. And you can see the issue for Trackle. Just so many farms idled out on the south side. North side is at least operational again, but it's still going to be culling about a third of his food income, if not more. Not just that, his ability to rebuild villages could be gone soon. Second town center is now going to be siege instead. Remember, archers are the ones that can now siege buildings. Crossbows also can. I think DPS-wise, I'd have to double-check this, but I think archers are slightly better for it. Someone can fact-check me on that, because it's 2.12 versus 1.62. Actually, I'm outright wrong, aren't I? It's the same DPS. Kind of crazy, actually, to see crossbows capable of taking out buildings now. I like this idea that the devs looked at Zhuganu and they're like, oh, wow, that thing killed a building. That sounds fun. Hey, at least I checked myself, all right? Big patch, big changes. I've seen some of Kazuya-han's games. He shouldn't be criticizing me. Actually, I'm right. Crossbows are less efficient at taking out buildings than archers because they cost more. Checkmate. There we go. We spun it. I've backpedaled. I can't believe we're 53 minutes in the game. We're just going to start building rams here. I mean, in fairness, Trackle doesn't have much left to defend with. I think he's got enough in him to get one more army together, but the difference in scaling is the problem here, folks. Gold was the block of Deniskio. That was the thing that was going to kill him, but that's no longer a problem in this game. 25 traders, admittedly without trade wing. And as nice as that would be, I don't think he wants to drag the game that late and give Trackle a chance to reclaim his falling empire. Instead, he wants to burn it to the ground. 8 rams now, ready to roll. This game. I mean, we say epic game, but isn't this what English always does to the game? I don't know if I'd always call it epic, but man, do they grind you down. These two made what should just be a tedious matchup in late game quite entertaining. March comes in. Ghoulem's just better than Men-at-Arms 1-to-1. The crossbow count about even. The attack speed buffer, is it going to be good enough for Trackle? That's the real question. Lines are spreading out. The Ghoulims look like they're coming ahead in this race against the men-at-arms. Crossbows are going to start frontlining. Rams are just deleting all of the farms right now. Trakor has actually reduced the count for Diniskia, so he's going to have to fall back. It is going to be a hold for Trakor. However, it's going to come at a pretty penny elsewhere here. So many farms being deleted in a game where Trakor does have 1,000 wood in reserve, but doesn't have much wood left he can actually access in this game. Yeah, I know they're only 37 wood each, but when you are stripped of wood access like this, that's still really expensive. Meanwhile, Diniskia has all this wood up here. He has the wood here, wood here, wood here. So plenty for him to still work with. Wait, is he actually going to try to trade again? As in base trade? I'm hoping not, because this is really bad against the Abbasids. Because he got Court Architects as well. Look at the health pool in that House of Wisdom. 22,000. The TC sitting cozy at 9,100. His landmarks collectively have over 30,000 HP. On the other side, the White Tower never got fully rebuilt. The TC is almost dead. The Berkshire is only 6,500. And he never got Court Architect. So I don't think this works. And in fact, it's worse than that still. Look at what's happening. Diniskia. He's cutting reinforcements. He's backstabbing with the Ghoulims. He's hitting him from both sides. And there's not many men-at-arms here. So Trakor maybe about to lose that soft underbelly. Ay, crossbows starting to get culled. Reinforcements are not going to be arriving either. And Trakor may have overextended and overstayed his welcome here. It's only crossbows left over. He needs to get out. Sitting here, watching this 56-minute game, I can't help but wonder how much easier this would be if Diniskia knew what a stable looked like. We are 56 minutes in a game against English. And Diniskia has built a grand total of... Drum roll. Get your guesses in, guys. How many stables do you think Diniskia has built in this 56-minute game as Abbasids versus English? 0. He has built 0 stables. So this is probably not the best indication of like, oh wow, the late game is going to feel more grindy. No, the late game feels more grindy because admittedly, like, there wasn't the appropriate counter unit built. Diniskia just pretty much stress test his way through this with mass Ghoulims. All right, Trakor, what you got left in you, mate? We have got hand cannoneer production coming in. Look at the size of the eco again. In the kindest way possible, can thou endeth the game? I think so. Should be able to do with this. Maybe get Trade Wing, if not, right? Like, that's at least something, you know? White Tower is back online. Oh, no. It's a never-ending story. Surely not. Surely this has to be the end. We have got Diniskia going for Sacred Sites. Thank God. Trakor finally getting Serpentine Powder. It's taken him that long. It's been that tough of a game. Look how many Unitechs never got touched. Whew. It's crazy that Diniskia got Court Architects but never built Horsemen. Wait, is he going for the farms again? He is. He wants this over with. And he knows what to target. That is a lot of the economy for Trakor. We could just burn through the wall, but we'll run all the way. Berkshire does prove to be a little bit of a nuisance here. Wait, Trakor, he isn't thinking of trading, is he? He's doing it again. Well, we'll have to see how this goes. Last time, this did not end well for Trakor. And this time it's going to end even worse because that is his farming eco getting immediately cut off. Villagers running for their lives. I'm wondering, do you actually have enough siege power here to try and burn down the Berkshire? Likely not, but the idle time alone is going to sting. Deniski is already bulking up a reserve of food. Trackle doesn't have that. So although the Berkshire is killing units, the replacements are coming out to now defend at home. Trackle, he says to hell with it. Torches out. He's heading in. Good luck. I'm sorry. Let me just get my magnifying glass. Is that... I think that health bar's moving. Oh, guys, no. No, this is not the way. He's not even killing the reinforcements now. He's just going to die to them. Gulam's dive in. That's a dead bombard. This is over. Trackle, look at the economy. He has no replacements coming. And this all-in is for nothing. He throws away his big bad army and makes it look truly bad, as it's only able to take out half the HP of a single landmark. And that right there, folks, is fire armor. You do hit pretty hard at 22 torch, but a big reduction nonetheless. And GG comes out. What an absurd game. Let me know what you guys think about this one. Why the hell does no one want to build horsemen in these late game situations? They were already a good unit and they just got buffed. English need to evolve. Men-at-arms only is not the way. And I think 125 men-at-arms failing to win the game may have just proved that. What a game. Oh, what a game. The game may change. Oh wait. English mains only ever want one thing. Alright, there we go. Bloody hell, boys. That game. 200 men-at-arms instead. How about no? You're not Dutch, so I can't do the rest of that. Alright, so. Were there any other interesting games, actually? Or do we go back to live? Hey! What's up, Tim? How's it going, buddy? Thanks for the prime. Appreciate it, bud. How was the stream the other night? You weren't playing on PUP, right? I think you were only playing on live. Mate, I think you're going to become an Ottoman main. Horse archers are so dog tier. They're last season. It's time to get on the cavalry archer spam, my friend. Maybe get yourself some camel archers instead. Nah, no one. Camels. Cav archers, though. Let me tell you about cav archers. They be busted. Alright, so, guys. Camels give me unease, right? That's why you build the cavalry archers, because they run quick enough to run away. Right? I think there is nobody on the server. Like, this is hilarious. Because I just saw that Myriad is searching, but, like, there is no one. I'm not even exaggerating. Nothing shows up. Myriad may be a little bit too close to home for him. He's just going to be sitting in a dark room playing with himself. Should we check out some of the live games? Should we check out what's been happening on the ladder of Season 8? Feels dirty to go back to Season 8. I mean, we knew we were going to have to. Doesn't mean I can't be bitter about it, though, you know? Alright. I think... Does it take long to update my game? Do we give him a minute to see if he can find a game? I think those were all the decent matchups we had from the pre-Season 9 showdown. Everything else was kind of stompy and short. Wait, I just looked at the lower bracket. Ramen got HRE... okay. There are only a few people that HRE through in the series, and they learned why you shouldn't let HRE through on Season 9. HRE is broken in Season 9. It is... Oh, well, it's already broken. It's just been broken more. Alright, Mirage can just play against hard AI, yeah. Doesn't the server go down soon anyway? Yeah, like apparently 3 hours or so. So he still has time. But what we'll do now is we'll switch across to the normal server. So bear with me a sec, 'cause I need to update to the other branch. I have a fast internet. It shouldn't take long. Also, I think it just mostly verifies files, right? It doesn't fully replace them, so we'll do that. 500 gigabyte. No, I'm kidding. So if we download. Oh, yeah, 9 gigs. So it'll only take us like a minute. Not even that. 40 seconds, guys. We're good. No, it's not 3 hours later. It's 12 hours later. You got to do it right. What's that? I'm going to put music on, actually, so we don't have that eerie silence. Wait. Dude, am I the only one that's just such a big fan of, like, Korra and Agni Kai? Like, basically the soundtracks from Korra and Avatar. They're so good. There's a bunch of announcer impersonations on point. You think that one's good? Are you ready, kids? Can write an accent. That's what like the asterisks are for, right? Okay, so we should be able to hop onto Age of Empires 4 now. I can't hear you. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. Is there a tournament Klimman casting? You mean the tournament Klimman's organizing? He has a tournament prepped for October, which is going to be a 4v4 tournament. So we might catch some of those games. But we also have our own plans in motion. For those who didn't catch it, we announced it on the weekend. I'll TLDR it, but I went into some details at the end of Sunday's stream. We are going to be hosting weekly formats, 32 players invited, single elimination, throughout the week with open scheduling, so they can schedule it whenever they want. And that's going to be a great way for players to farm ATR for tournament ranking and seedings, and also get a little bit of prize pool, basically a payout for the top two, $150, $100, $50. And the grand finals of which will be cast by me on EGC's channel on Thursdays. And then afterwards, we'll always raid through here, so we can have some fun afterwards. Maybe we'll be able to finally do the community games that I want to keep doing. So yeah, it's going to be really, really cool. Does Vodman know about this? Yeah. I mentioned it to him. He was like, KP, sign my chest. So yeah, we're basically doing what we can to carry what's happening in the midweek for the esports side. So I like the idea of doing open format scheduling, just because it gives me content throughout the weekdays, so it's a win for me. And it also makes it feel more worth it for the players to participate, because the prize pool is obviously not insanely high. So I wanted to try and balance that out. So we're probably looking at, I was originally thinking best of threes. Maybe if people are up for it, we do best of fives. But my instincts originally is best of threes all the way through until the round of 4. Those will be best of fives. And then on the day, on Thursday, the grand finals will be played, which will be best of 7s or best of 9s. I might upgrade it to best of 9s just so it's not insanely short across on EGC. But that'll be happening every week for 30 weeks. On top of that, by the way, guys, if you want to see more show matches in between all that, or maybe I'll even add it to the prize pools, I've already committed to the idea that if we get 10 sales of Protein Works, which we're drinking some of here, this month, I will commit an extra $200 into the prize pool plans for October. So my way of getting them back for people that buy into the sponsorship that sponsored us now for the 4th month in a row. So be sure to check them out. Exclamation mark Protein Works. They always have fantastic sales on 70 or 80% off. And my code Killer Pigeon will give you an extra 10% off while also letting them know that I sent you. But now let's get ready on the live server. Let me update the title. I'll tell you what could be better, mate. Not having to listen to that crap. Just up the race to first on leaderboard. Boom. Lead bow. Wait, I got. Wait, what? Have I got a football fan? Have I? There you go. They can use the Protein Works. That's great for the Sunday teams. Or is it Saturday? I forget which day in the week the Little Leagues play. It's Sundays, right? He's a footballer. Poggers. Physical sports. I do physical sports as well, guys. Do you know what physical sport I do? Clicking and typing. It's very intense. No, actually, I've started doing bouldering. I love bouldering. It's so much fun. He's not a football fan? I didn't say that. I grew up not as a football fan, then I became a football fan. Now I just would rather watch esports than football. I think esports is 10 times more enjoyable than football. So I don't really watch much football anymore. I used to be a Manchester United fan back when Ryan Giggs was still active, actually. Giggs, one of the best left midfielders ever to play the game. So, yeah. I had my time. You support City? Oof, I don't think we'd be friends anymore, mate. So, let me have a look here, because we've got some games from Anatand I wanted to check in on. Let me get those loaded up. So, yeah, what we're going to do now, guys, we're going to cast some of the games from the ladder between people like Beastie, Anatand, Dimu, Louis. Basically, people that have been live this week that are competing for the first place. I think Sass has actually been crawling up. He's now in 7th place on the ladder. So some really cool people to check out. There's some fun matchups as well. I believe Anno has some matchups against Sheep, which, if I'm not mistaken, that's Wham's account. He also went up against Gully. You have Crackety, Lash. Yeah, I like the thing I like about Anno's games, man, is like he doesn't just get the cheap wins. You know what I mean? It's not like I've queued into a 1400 elo person. Boy's on the sweat here. He's like, what the hell? Where did all these people come from? So let's have a look here. Elyona, maybe? Ottomans versus Mongols. It's kind of intriguing. We have Order of the Dented. I think the one I wanted to open up with... Is it Delhi versus Japanese? I'm kind of curious on that one, actually. Yeah, let's hop into that. Poor Beastie will try to take top 1 in an hour. Yeah, but, you know. If I look at Beastie... I don't know. I think Beastie last night... he had 1 or 2 games, and I looked at his opponents, so I was like, huh? Oh, wait, no. That was the other night. Yeah, the other night, he got, like, a 1,590 elo person. I'm like, what the Bruh! What is this matchmaking? But let's get ready to go. Hey, what's this? Has Cow announced something somewhere? Alright, let's get ready to go. I know there's something on YouTube. Congrats to Cow becoming the official Red Bull Observer. Over my dead body. Where's this news? So let me just disable the score UI as well. Boom. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We are back on Season 8, but for a fun and wonderful reason. There is a race on the leaderboard right now between Anatand and Beastie for that top spot. And they are running into some big boy obstacles. My understanding is Anatand goes under Gorge with the Delhi in the blue, but his opponent is the enemy of all of us. We've all had this situation before. Sheep! There can be only one player underneath this name from Canada, and his name is Wham, in the orange as the Japanese. Yeah, kind of appropriate considering Wham, I think, statistically more than any other player in pro play, has had issues with sheep counts. So yeah, sorry folks, we have popped back onto Season 8. It happens, I know, tear in my eye. But I thought it was worth checking out. Like, Japanese versus Delhi is a really, really, really hard matchup for Japan. But if there's one player that can navigate it, if there's actually 2 players that can navigate it, I think it's the Canadians. They had some really cool Yumi Castle builds in mind that were finding ways of dealing with these type of tricky threats. On top of that, what was dominating Japan before was Delhi dominance in Feudal Age off the back of Tower Victory. But the meta now is very different. Most Delhi players aren't going all in on Feudal. Instead, they are bulking up their scholars with Dome of Faith and going towards Castle. So we'll see which way Anatand wants to swing here, whether it's going to be more traditionalist. I feel like Anno hasn't done a Tower Victory game in a while. So we're probably going to see him going for Dome of Faith. Right? I mean, because Dome of Faith plus Ghazi is pretty cool. And there you go. It is going to be Dome of Faith. Now, the cool thing actually in return here would be if we got the Koka Township, but it's probably going to be Kura. Kura can still work with this Daimyo play because if you get the Uma Bannerman and Mass Horseman with an extra blacksmith tech, your horsemen are as good at attacking as Ghazi raiders are. But instead of paying 140 resources, you're only paying 120. And wait, was Pleco the guy who got dunked on by Beastie 2 days ago? My commiserations, mate. Oof. Choose a better time of the day to queue. So, Kura Storehouse coming in. That's a weird positioning for a Kura, no? I'm trying to figure out why you would ever place the Kura here instead of here. I mean, you'll get the farms quicker, right? Granted. But eventually, you'll end up the same farm count either way, right? The difference is you'll save 50 wood in the early game from not needing a lumber camp. I'd actually say it's more than 50 wood because the building is so wide. It's more like you save 100 wood because when you think about the width of this, it's kind of like you would have 2 lumber camps to be efficient, right? So yeah, kind of a peculiar one. I guess he just really wants those farms. Doesn't feel like maybe he's got enough sheep as it is a 12 to 19 sheep. Okay, Anatan, we got to talk. Anatan, I'm not saying you're cheating, but I am saying that I'm going to tell Tume to add to the list of rules that it is illegal to make sheep noises into your microphone. Because clearly it does something. All right, I reckon if I tune into Anatan's stream at the right moment, you just catch him go, meh. All of a sudden, 4 sheep appear. This guy always seems to get the majority sheep. Every single game we watch. I don't remember the last time I saw him get less than 60 to 70% of the sheep. Guy's crazy. Yeah. Sheep Whisperer is a name we've given him multiple times. Stables coming in on the backside, so it's going to be the atypical play here. Other side of this, outpost getting set up. So looks like we aren't going to get a hang around in the age. We are going to see an attempt to rush age 3 out of orange. Why do they always place their storehouse like that? So that the outer farms are in range of the TC, so they're protected. That's the logic. You sacrifice 2 farms, so the rest can exist. Otherwise, if you place it 2 more tiles out, think of it like an Ark and Chapel logic, where you're like, oh my god, if I just place like the Ark in here, I buff everything. I get deer, I get berry. But then you're like, oh, the TC doesn't protect me, so I can't be greedy. That's why you do this. Because if you build the Kura 2 tiles out, you would have to build units to defend it or build outposts to defend it. The only alternative route would be that you build a wood wall here, and then the spawns push the farms closer, which I haven't seen anyone try in a long time. In theory, it's cool. And we are on Season 8, so remember Season 9, they're going to nerf the walls, but on Season 8, it might be viable. Once Season 9 comes in, you won't see these palisade around the Kura Storehouse plays because they aren't worth it at that point. They take way too much idle time. Berry's being gathered up, and Anatan, I believe, is getting ready to pull out here. Yeah, a minute away from having the Sanctity. So should be shifting for it soon. And actually, we are getting a play on the age here. So Outpost went up to protect the gold, and I think he will still trek towards that castle age, but it looks like Sheep is going to be adding in a few units. Uma Bannerman queued up. Remember, this only takes 15 seconds to build. This is insane, actually. The Uma Bannerman now is ludicrous. Not because they changed the Uma himself, but because of the daimyo cost. Remember, it used to be 300 stone to get access to Bannerman. It's now 225 stone. The only thing I don't like about these current Japanese builds is they don't have enough ninjas in them. Shinobi is better than Kura Storehouse now. Flat out. Like, hands down, without a doubt in my mind. Especially in this matchup, actually, because if you go Shinobi plus Horseman, Anatan is screwed. He'd have to add in archers, which you just don't want to do. He can't add in spears because you'd lose to Shinobi. So yeah, I think you are going to see players experimenting with Kokomore to win this matchup. Don't finish them less idle time? Sure, but then they can just be burnt down quickly, right? So you want to at least half build them, and that takes a long time. Maybe if the Kura Storehouse was placed near the gold, because then, or like some sort of obstruction, the logic there is you can draw the wall past and then cancel the sides very cleanly. So maybe there is a validity behind it, but I remember playing some games against one of the developers when Sultan's Ascend was releasing to test that, and it just didn't feel rewarding at all. He was obsessed with it. He was like, this is a strategy, man. I was like, try it, with a smirk on my face. And it didn't really work. Double stables, though. I love this. Sheep on a delay is now playing pretty aggressively into this age. I wonder if they've just waited too long to do this. For me, the Japanese Uma Bannerman Horseman play is all about initial timing and then long timing. The mid timing will always favor the Delhi with mass scholars and Ghazi, because they'll also just pivot the spears, right? So this play, to me, is get the Uma and the Horseman straight away to start winning. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait until you're 10 to 15 minutes deep in the age. And the scary part about that is the difference in food. Because if you can't get on the map, your opponent's going to play berries for great gathering rates, and you're going to have to start adding in farms. So second outpost coming up now. This feels like Orange is about to go castle. You shouldn't need double outpost otherwise. This does at least free them up to move around the map, I guess. Oh, speaking of that, we're about to snipe the Scholar. One Horseman is going to be lost in return. And if Anatan waits here, he can pause the timer. Unfortunately, he A-clicks after his target. And behind this, I'm wondering, do we have Anatan maybe getting ready to go castle? He's slowed down production a little bit, right? One Sacred Site isn't great, but you know, the logic that we talked about where if there's enough horsemen, sheep will win, might have Anatan feeling a little bit threatened here. Not entirely sure he should feel threatened, to be honest with you. Like, it's 9 versus 13. However, the melee techs are on the way, and I am seeing arrow slits, but guys, steeled arrow rather, but this is for the arrow slits. This is not for Yuumi. I'd be shocked if he built Yuumi now. It's just so many Ghazi. Outpost now being torched. Anatan is going to dive in. Forces them to stand their ground. Able to pinch 2 of the horsemen. And even with the nerf to the Ghazi health pool, you don't really feel like these units can lose. Not at this count. 8 to 16. Yeah, timing was everything there as well, considering that you could see that he was on his way to melee tech. The reason he could see this, guys, is the furnace. So it's buggy sometimes, but whenever you see a furnace on fire like this in a blacksmith's, it means that the person is teching. So watch what happens in a few seconds. For God's sake, is it bugged the other way now? Ugh. I didn't even know about this, by the way, until a pro player told me. They're like, you can tell the forge or blacksmiths is researching something if there's a fire in the furnace, but sometimes it just randomly bugs out. Might not be able to get many more techs. It looks like actually he is going Yuumi. What? All right, yeah. This 100% confirms what is already obvious, which is that it's the Canadians. They love Yuumi. I think Wham was less Yuumi-based than Puppy Paw, but I'm pretty sure I remember a rank 5 finish in Season 7 for Wham's account. Ah, they're twins. If we say one, it could just be the other. They're used to that in life. I think sometimes the fire is there when you build it. All right, then. It's just completely bugged. I give up. Have I got like a dev watching? Can we actually fix this to be consistent? So sometimes the furnace is burning. Sometimes it's not when it's built. Sometimes it starts burning when you research something. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it stops when you finish researching something. Sometimes it doesn't. I'm not imagining this. I have seen this. I swear, guys. Like, yeah, you got the furnace going there. It's going to be hard to actually catch the Delhi without a tech going, to be honest. We'll check back in a minute and 15. I know it's starting to lock in the sacred sites, though, guys. And we have got a full Yuumi switch, so it's Yuumi Bannerman now. But that's a problem. Because you only have one Bannerman, you're not buffing your horseman, which means that Ghazi can win that fight. Outpost's going to get torched down. Good split as well. Love that. He peels them. So Ghazi able to fully block her out the Yuumi so that the spearmen don't get friend. And Anatan just trying to do what he can to keep his opponent honest to the age here. It's not intended. It's just variation. I mean, if it is just variation, it should be intended. Can we agree on that? This would be a very smart change. You should be able to tell when a building's operational like that. It's a very important piece of info, and you should be rewarded for spotting it. So I would rather that the blacksmith's furnace is only active when you're teching. We'll check in a sec if it goes offline here. Moment of truth. Boo! Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's a really good change to make that consistent. So maybe the player that I talked to got baited, and he probably had like false positives, and then I also saw false positives in replays. And why are we trading? What? The last time I saw Anatan build marketplaces with the deli, he built 2 of them, and that was a key binding issue. I'm gonna just blame this one on a key binding issue as well. There's no way you're trading with a deli. Horseman. Great attempt at a grab here. The Textiles is going to minimize the losses. In the meantime, a dive on the other side, though. Ghazi just jumping on top of those Yumi. And remember, these eco kills, it's not enough. Look at the difference. It's already a 6 eco leaf for Anatan. There's just not enough work being done by that Master Horseman for the Japanese. The Ghazi now just diving past the defenders to get on top of those Yumi and keep the numbers down. Not just that, Anatan is getting ready for an age up, guys. He's winning the fight in the enemy base while getting ready for castle simultaneously. Oh my god, and now we get the ripple effect. Villagers on the backside with Shivs out trying to defend. But the Ghazi will be able to whack them down. Remember, there's no textiles here for Japan. So Villagers not tanky at all. Love the fact that Sheep tried to play the Age to solve for this issue, but I think this Yumi transition was maybe kind of ill-informed. I get the desire and the timing, but what feels weird about it is the fact that you've done it while also doing that double outpost defense. It's almost like it was just you being spread a bit too thin, and it led to a delayed timing on Yumi massing, right? Then the Yumi Bannerman threat, like, it's kind of a big problem going into Yumi Bannerman when you have less than, I'd say, about 25, because Uma Bannerman's still worth more at that point. And also, like, adding to the issues, because the Horseman play came in so late, because he didn't rush the Uma Bannerman opening, you didn't have an immediate blocker to the opening Ghazi or the Sacred Site claim. So that's what happened, is this idea from Sheep seemed good, but I think the timing was a little bit off. They played reactionary with Horseman in their base, and if there's an unwritten rule about playing Horseman, it's that you need to be attacking. If you're sitting in your base with Horseman, you're kind of losing the game. Because at that point, what you've done is built a unit at a premium that cheaper units could do the job of, right? Spearmen could defend your base. Archers could defend your base. So why did you pay more? Excellent. About to make his choice. I think we all know where this is going, right? House of Learning is where this boy lives. What? Yeah, that's what I thought. He knows where his bread is buttered. Yeah, no one does Compound Defender anymore. House of Learning just feels too damn good. It's really cool in this matchup, actually, guys, because with the Home Blades, you can offset a lot of the Japanese power. Because the Knights are so tanky and how many strikes it takes to kill, it takes about, I think it's something like, I want to say 12 hits to kill a Knight. So that's 3 extra damage you have, or 2 extra damage, right? Because to Tada, it means Japanese usually have an extra attack. So that's 24 damage change. The reason that's important is that's almost what a lance charge is going to be, right? So you're offsetting a lot of the value of deflective armor. So although a mounted samurai will still win in a one-on-one exchange, it's a lot closer than it would be with other civs. Meanwhile, Sheep, nowhere near a tech up themselves. They're just massing Yumi. A cool idea if they were actually advancing. If they were going to Castle Age with 40 Yumi, scary. I actually think Yumi are just underrated as Castle Age transitional unit. But Orange isn't there yet. And now I have to question whether they ever are going to be. At this point, they have to hold production and save up. 22 Yumi is not going to be able to dive in and do anything real here. Not before Lancers arrive, because that's the other tricky thing with the Deli. This Dome of Faith build is sick because it gets you a tech so quickly on age up, but remember, you still have that quirky element of supervising the production. When you put a Scholar inside, it doubles production, which means Lancers come out 18 seconds into the Castle Age. So Sheep has hot production now, so they will be looking for that tech up soon. They added in quite a lot of farms here. If they can weather the initial storm, there is hope. That storm is going to be coming in strong. Love the fact we got Archer transition, Veterancy already on the way. And this has to be Flown Gate, right? Yeah. So the standard coming out. Probably going to be a Euroshiro drop in the Archer range, just because you actually need these Archers upgraded ASAP. But the tricky part now is that your opponent is already massing Lancers. Him in the back will at least be able to mop up the Ghazi. Relics are being snatched away. So one of the big perks for Japanese with Floating Gate is meant to be the fluid play into relics, but that won't be happening in this game. This is going to be a 5 relic deli game. TC drop. You can't TC drop because if you do, you're going to be waiting a minute for veterancy. A minute is too long. You'll get dove. So you have to Yuri share drop for a production building. And he chooses the stable. So it's just going to be standard Mountain Samurai. Problem with this now is the Yumi are irrelevant. To be fair, they didn't have enough gold for the upgrade anyway. And now I don't think there's going to be an army to upgrade. Lancers come in. An absolute butchering on the gold vein. Oh my god. Orange isn't getting notifications. I think they're reacting to the dive on the TC. He finally realizes, but look at the deaths. Another 10 go down. 35 to 57 military now. To make matters worse, you're now building Mount Samurai into War Elephants. Alright, this is done. Who is sheep? It's either Wham or Anatan. Wham or Puppypool, rather. I can't remember which was rank 5 in Season 7. I thought it was Wham. It might be Puppypool, though. But I'm pretty confident it's one of the two. Okay, guys. This one War Elephant is going to kill all these archers, right? Nah, they can actually kite it indefinitely. 1.38 compared to 1.31 when charging. Although, yeah, no Mahouts yet. It's going to take a while. Didn't prioritize it to queue up. He wants those home blades. Yumi upgrade is finally on the way, but guys, it's 50 seconds. And you know what that means? 50 seconds. That feels like an hour in game. And it is Elephanto Fun Hour. Here we go. Moves in with the elephant now. Army continues to dive underneath the TC. We've got Lancers on the back line already stabbing down additional economy. And at this point, Orange is just getting ready to surrender the game. Anathan puts his smug, cool guy glasses on. He says he already surrendered the game 10 minutes ago. He just didn't know. GG comes out. Let me know what you guys think if you want to see some more of these Season 8 type games. I know it's weird after we just done all the Season 9 casts. But there's still stories to be woven on the previous patch. And right now, Anatan continues to weave his long narrative on his journey to #1. Right now, I believe he is actually holding on to that spot. The question mark is whether he can hold on to it for about another 4 weeks, with Beastie back again, nibbling at his heels. Yeah, cool game. Unknown canon names in top 10, about 92% probability is Wham. Yeah, pretty much. So, let me double check. Do we have anyone playing live right now, actually? I'm kind of curious. We did have more games, so let me double check the data, because I think we had... Antan had a game against Crackety? French versus OTD. Okay, I've got to see that, guys. We have to see that. French versus Order of the Dragon? On Socotra. Oh, that's going to be brilliant. Let me load that up. Them's the entertainments we need. So, Socotra. I don't know what French is meant to do here, to be honest with you, but I'm curious to find out. Just give me a sec. You stare at my ugly mug one moment while I load in. So I can switch it over. Did I miss anything on the YouTube chat? I don't think so. Yeah, that's where... So Thomas was saying congrats to Cal for becoming official Red Bull observer. They hired that guy? When did that happen? Haven't you heard French is OP? Yeah, in Season 9. Alright, French is OP in Season 9, but we're in Season 8. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. Crackety is on his alt account. 1,550 elo, and this is probably why he picked French. On Socotra, up against Anatand as well, who's playing on Order of the Dragon. Yeah, OTD's pretty scary on this map, guys, and here's step 1 of why. Immediate move out onto the ball, which is going to accelerate your economy. On top of that, an easy ability to wall this small little center pass, and Knights can't address that. So, yeah, what was the thought here then from Crackety? Picking French here is kind of funky. I guess if you get the initial Knights out, you can constrict the map, right? diving the gold isn't very feasible here because it's close enough to the TC. But you can at least control the map and play for the ball yourself. And French is a really good civ at playing out towards the center of the map. And in fact, it looks like that might be what Crackety has intended here. But wait, look, you don't win this. I'm pretty sure 6 French villages don't beat 5 Order of the Dragon villages. Because they always want to run away. Okay, I'm not going to finish that. The problem here is the extra health and the extra damage. The shiv damage is higher. But Anatan doesn't realize! Shiv's out now. Look at the health difference. Look at the shiv difference. It's 7 damage versus 6. So if he micros right, this should be a fight that Anatan never loses. But unfortunately, that initial stabbing that he didn't notice puts him at a disadvantage here. So good move in now. Crackety able to secure the area. It's going to be an outpost rush up. And this now belongs to him. Oh, man, that would have been crazy. I was so looking forward to Anatan showing off just how good Gilded Villagers are for fighting there. But it's a boy yoink. And all of a sudden, stocks in Crackety are rising. Remember, we are casting these games because Anatan is one of the front runners for the first place on the leaderboard to round out towards the end of Season 8. But he may have just came into a speed bump with Crackety here. Because this gives a pretty big advantage. There will be a tech edge for Anatan initially, and that's going to be big. If he goes into a Rax play, as crazy as it sounds against French, the initial men-at-arms should be able to idle all of this out. So the logic there is you go men-at-arms, then switch back to spears, and then you just kind of swarm him, knowing he has to open knights. And I think that's where we're going, folks. Anatan immediately drops the mine work. Oh, man, this is going to be sick. So what is the play now if you are... If you're Crackety? I guess he could rush his School of Cavalry and then proxy archery range in the center. That might be his best hope here. But that's kind of tricky, I think, to navigate. Because the timing, right? Like, the men-at-arms will be there diving you when you're building an archery range. It's destined to happen because of the difference in tech timing. But let's hit the speed up and get to H2. Yeah, you could build a Chamber of Commerce here. I remember we actually have a replay that was a little bit like that. It was in the Bronze Barbarian series, actually, if you guys remember. It was on Mountain Clearing. The guy built a Chamber of Commerce, and there wasn't a trade post. Reminder, folks, Socotra has no trade. Unless you ask your opponent nicely to build a marketplace or dock. Anatan teched up. First men-at-arms on the way. I think Crackety is going to have to leave the area. Anatan's likely to rush under mesh, right? Because it's worth it, even for just one against an outpost. Spearman queued up afterwards. This is it. This is exactly what he was looking for. Aristitz is being queued on the other side by Crackety. Men-at-Arms is going to dive in, so that's going to be the other time he was looking for. Remember, there's too many villages out here, so the outpost can't keep them all safe. This is pretty crafty, man. Just look how tanky these guys are. 230 HP. And reminder, chat, keep it English. We cast Anatan, but we don't speak all the languages Anatan does. So first spear is here, second one coming in. There's no immediate archery range due to the idle time. He had to waste so much effort pulling villages back. So although Crackety is going to be going archers, the delay should end up costing him here. I'll have to see. In fairness, Anno isn't rushing in with the 2 units. I think he just wants to keep him off the ball, so he's happy to just not try to dive this, but idle it instead. It's tricky, though, due to the range. The Aris Let's Play was really smart by Crackety. Sheep count dispersion is going to be 14 sheep versus the 10. I'm pretty sure Anatan still got more sheep, but it was the boar difference, right? Is that obviously Crackety could lean more on boar compared to Anatan. And arms is going to go down. So Anatan has got the triple spear. What next, though? You want a move that gets you out. The problem I'm seeing with it now being mass spears is by the time you be able to break this ball position, it's already going to be gone. So it's kind of just not worth it at this stage. He's, of course, going to have to build spears anyway to deal with the knights. I just don't think you're going to see him try to plow down the center. So that means that Crackety gets the full worth. However, Crackety is getting quite cute now. And this is cool in theory. The reason why he's doing this, folks, is because it's likely that Anatan is going to rush H3, given his position in this game. So you build the galley to block the gold. Good start here as well, the knight diving in. Another thing that makes this matchup really hard for French, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this is pretty heavily favorable towards Order of the Dragon, is that French knights can't snipe villages like they would other civs. Remember, they're perfectly tuned to do 50 damage with a lance strike into a swing of the arm, but that doesn't work against gilded villages because gilded villages have 15 extra health. So that's already one tricky detail in the equation. The other thing is all these units are so tanky that we've even seen games where men-at-arms can just bulk up against knights and not care. If the spearmen ever touch you, though, good riddance. 62 HP per strike, and the body blocks from Anatan. Unfortunately for him, Crackety, he clicks on the trees so that he's not clipping. Oh, okay, that was sick. That was actually sick. Does still end up losing, what was that, 2 villages? But what was happening there, guys, is the scout can pseudo body block. You can kind of get in the way so the units don't move as quickly because they rub up against them. However, villagers lose their hitbox when they walk towards resources. So what Crackety was doing is he was clicking the straggler trees so that his villagers would clump on each other, but also, as a result, the scout wouldn't slow them down. Cool idea there. It does still end up losing 2 of the villages. That's kind of going to be expected here with no wheelbarrow. It probably would have been free if he hadn't done that trick. Anatan now adding in the stables. We also have a play onto a mining camp. I'm wondering... No. What is he up to? This is kind of cool. If you think about it, both of the civs on this island desperately need gold for their plays. So he could try to just play the same game that Crackety's now playing, blocking out gold access. And I think also... Yeah, okay, so it wasn't incorrect mine count. I was trying to figure out what the stone was about. It could have been about arrow slits to protect the gold, but he's just going to creep out here, get the dock up, get an archer ship out, and start gathering his gold on the flank. Crackety, meanwhile, is almost ready for castle. Alright, 1's if you think Crackety's winning this, 2's if you think Anatan's winning this. Because Anatan doesn't look great from this current position. Oh, Age of Noob, bless you. Age of Noob's like, oh my god, KP's playing the game. Look. I could race for first on the leaderboards, but I wouldn't want to take that away from these legs. I already feature in enough grand finals, you know? Alright, I've got to stop using that joke. We actually might look to play some of Season 9. Because I'm currently planning out a PC build campaign. We're going to actually build a new PC live on stream. I already have 1 or 2 sponsors involved. I am still sourcing additional sponsors, so if anyone knows PC hardware companies, let me know. I would welcome being put in contact. But yeah, we're going to look to actually build a PC live, and with a fresh, state-of-the-art PC, my frame rate should be good enough to play the game. What day are you building it? Haven't locked in the exact day. We're probably looking at second half of October, just because I've got some tournaments that I'm prepping to organize that will start kicking off midway in October. And obviously first week we're busy with Wallalow. And I'll also probably be busy in the first half of the month looking after our newborn baby, because we are expecting a new kid within the next week. I know, I'm busy. Setting up tournaments, setting up PC builds, going to Wallalow, getting laid. I'm doing it all, guys. Thank you. So Guildhall coming up is kind of interesting. It seems greedy on a map like this, but at the same time, you're so limited on resources. Guildhall is quite crafty. Any sort of permanence of resources makes a lot of sense on a map that, compared to most, has substantially less. So pretty cool to see. It is going to be kind of weathering the storm, though, because Anatan should have the leg up when they go into this next age, because one of the plays that you might sometimes see is Arbitrary. You can't really do Arbitrary against these spears. These spears are ridiculous, guys. They have 13 damage in Feudal Age. Gambeson's doesn't work against them. So no, I shouldn't be away at Wallon when my baby arrives, as long as my baby doesn't arrive quite a bit late. So any day now, my son will pop out. So we're praying that it doesn't turn into a, oh my god, why are we 41, 42 weeks in and the kid's still not here? Watch ship. Ooh, not quite able to get the kill there, Anatan. Well, actually needs to be careful here. Anno, not looking. Ooh, pull away. He needs to find some trade damage on the other side. Burgrave is coming in, and I love Burgrave. Burgrave is underrated. I think we've actually seen Anatan doing more Burgraves recently than Regnants, and it especially makes sense on such a short map. One of the reasons you want to go Burgrave here is your army is just very one-dimensional, not very big. So this allows you to inflate quickly with the discount and the production speed increase. Rough situation on the water side, though, as Krakeny is able to get rid of the galley. Doesn't lose his own, but we do now have Springald Ship on the way for Anatan. You find this saying "get laid" in English to be funny? Sounds like you're prepping someone to sleep. Wait, what? I mean, I would have seen where you come from. Like, it kind of sounds like you're knocking someone out, because like "get laid," you're like, yeah, they're laying out on the path. Or I'm not sure about prepping them to go to sleep. I mean, that can be part of the process if you're really bad at it. Arbitrary now coming in, though. So he is going to go for it. I mean, it's the correct call with men-at-arms coming. I just think the spearmen are more threatening than you actually realize in this matchup. Than most players realize. Because their base damage is so high. And yes, we will be tuning in to Anatan and Beastie facing off against each other on the ladder very shortly. We're casting this one and then hopping over to that. It's the hyped up thing we've been waiting for. So we're going to speed this up a bit because they have actually slowed down. The walls have gone up, so it's kind of Anatan's fault for that. And Men-at-Arms are now being built. I'm a little bit curious as the thought process behind Men-at-Arms. I guess his logic is it forces Anatan to build Men-at-Arms, and then the Spearmen like can't be spammed against Arbitrary. But I actually think all this will end up doing, and you're seeing it there, is forcing Gilded Crossbows. Gilded Crossbows will win. Because you'll peel away from the Arbitrary mass, and Pavis won't matter. So if Krakeny wants to make this work, he needs to be like a bat out of hell. What if getting laid down to rest? Jesus, thanks for the compliment, but we ain't that big. Moving on the flank. Good villagers are working on the deer. The wolves are coming up, so a good shift of the economy away from where the fight is happening, so he gets no idle time. Now troops are going to reveal themselves. Now, the spearmen have not been upgraded yet, but the men-at-arms are about to get juiced up. That means that I'm not sure if Krakeny wants to take this anymore. Spears are also absorbing the shots in the Arbitrary, so a bit of a miss micro there from Krakeny. Means the opening and the engagement is going to favor Anatan, and the follow-up will as well. The men-at-arms are already getting shredded here. Yeah, micro is just on point from Anno. He's barely skipping a beat on making sure his units are attacking the thing they counter here. So the crossbows are mopping through the men-at-arms and ignoring the spears. And the MAA can now access the Arbitrary, and all of a sudden this game is quickly swinging in favor of Anatan. That's going to get a lot worse than that, because check this, Krakeny is out on the deer at this point, so 29 villagers have to run away. They don't even have wheelbarrow. No textiles. This became very tricky all of a sudden, because food-wise, I don't think there is much for Krakeny. No sheep. He has got the deer back here, but only one player is walled, and it's not Krakeny, so this could get attacked as well. Yeah, and just a few villagers getting stabbed down. So 3 more worker kills. Make it 4. Remember, Krakeny did have a lead to throw away here on Eco because you get more villagers over time than standard civs with the French. But this is nowhere near enough. Remember, you have to add 28% onto the Order of the Dragon count. So economically, Anatan is now ahead. The one thing that's helping Krakeny is the fact that he grabbed 3 relics fast. But I don't think it's going to make up for the lack of units alive here. And Arms just doing whatever they can. Springald ships are now starting to arrive. Funny thing about Springald ships is Gilded Crossbows in mass can deal with those as well with the 6 tower range, right? And also remember, because these units are so chunky, Springald ships don't clean them up fast. So good damage done. Anatan now with a 10 worker kill lead. Next wave is arriving, and it's a majority men-at-arms and now extra crossbows over time getting added in. So the men-at-arms are kind of the throwaway unit. They will be expected to die but get trades. Over time, the Gilded Crossbows are the MVP that are going to win the game. Folks, I think this game is won. It's looking that rough right now. There's nowhere safe to be. Double crossbow's going to wrap around here. Shivs are out to try and contest them, but they can just micro away from you. And the men-at-arms, anytime they get to stand still, is a big win for Order of the Dragon with that ridiculous attack speed on them. Yeah, this is over. Like, funnily enough, Anatan could just end this game with a single lance neck much quicker. But he's just grinding him down. Krakeny refusing to wave the white flag. But I think it's becoming somewhat undeniable. You're going to have to take the Jaune flag and remove the Fleur de Loup, and then hoist that over your base, because this is done. Yeah, we're going to speed up. Krakeny is now trying to get into Knights, but remember, Gilded Crossbows counter that as well. Men-at-Arms are also a great deal on that, and we do have the Golden Cuirass to stop these boys being put on their ass. That extra reduction is huge. 20% when you're under 30% HP. Okay, so Krakeny, like, what is the out here? Yes, zero food income. Oh, no. Krakeny, like, you know what it is? Krakeny was like, man, normally I would GG out, but... And he whispers, for Beastie. Keeps going. This is a delay strategy. Disgusting, Krakeny. Casters are meant to be unbiased, but he's trying to buy Beastie more time to get that first place. But Anatan will not be denied. Another win as he thrusts himself up to the top of the leaderboard in Season 8. But will he remain there? That's what we're now going to find out. So let me exit and we'll get prepped. Because apparently... Are they playing in custom games, apparently? No, they wouldn't be. They're trying to queue into each other, right? So... Let's see if they're able to find each other. All right, guys. They queued into each other once already. We will open this quickly because they haven't queued in again, so there's at least a 5-min delay. So what we'll quickly do is we're going to catch this game because they've already had one. I know we'll have enough time, though. Oh, Beastie crashed. Okay, that doesn't matter. No point then. Yeah, because I saw it was a 6-minute long game. I was like, what did Anatan do with the English against the Basses to do him in that fast? Let's see if anything funky was happening. Here. Like, this matchup is feeling really good for Abasses at the moment. Next game starting now? Yes, but we will have to wait 5 minutes because the ladder has a 5-minute delay. So we can quickly check on what happened here to see if anything shenanigan was underfoot. I'm curious. Yeah, Eco Wing. Yeah, so it's Eco Wing versus Council Hall. This is the correct call by Anatan. This is the way you can potentially win this. Because by going Council Hall, you should be able to stop your opponent TC booming. And Gorge isn't like a great map for doing multi-TCA, I don't think. Not against the Lombo timing anyway, so... He would have started the TC in the next 30 seconds. There would have already been Longbos coming. Yeah, love the fact he waits before. So this would have been a TC on the tree line. It's the only thing you could do. And oh my god! He didn't crash! English OP. There we go. My thoughts on Atacama and Lakeside. Lakeside already existed in the game, and it's kind of crap from what I remember. Atacama, I think I maybe saw one game of, but I can't even remember what it had on it. So, can't give too much of an opinion on that straight away. Wasn't much tested? Yeah, I didn't have it in my map pool because I don't think it was in Quick Match, weirdly enough. So I totally forgot about Atacama on the new patch. Alright, here you go, guys. So, Ottomans versus Abbasids. Let me update the titling. That's true. Viper really likes me. Viper, we met last Wallow. He's like, hey, KP. I was like, you know who I am? And he's like, yes, I'm your biggest fan. I've got you tattooed on my back. I was like, whoa, bro, too far. He's like, no, too. Can you sign it, please? Permanent marker. I was like, Viper, no. And then he's like, okay, what if I let you tattoo your signature onto my back? And I went, okay, I'm okay with that. And that's why like Viper didn't win last Wallow, is because his back stung too much because my signature is really big. That, by the way, is why Viper doesn't have a shirtless OnlyFans account. So glad I could shine a light on that. Atacama map already made some people come up with theories about Indo-American civs. Ah. You mean like Aztecs? You know, I think because of the NDAs, I can't speak about this. Okay, now I'm just betting you that I don't know if there's Aztecs coming or not. Someone's ear definitely pricked up as soon as I said NDA. He's like, he knows. Aztecs, Incas, Mayans? Yeah, I think you should probably go for Aztecs or Mayans. I feel like those are the most known. I think everyone wants Aztecs, though. No, let's go really, like, off script. Like, was it? Is it Zopotecs? I can't remember the name of them. Zapotecs, right? Zapotecs. Add a Canadian Civ for Puppy and Wham. So, wouldn't they just basically be the British? No, I think I've said before, I'd love to see Spain get added. I think Spain has enough unique elements. Get some conquistadors in there. Give them something unique. Conquistadors that can swim. Okay, I know it's not like, but I want it. And then you could have the Inquisition. The Inquisition, they get plus 50 damage against Joan. Boom. The hardest counter in the game. But what else was there? There was Sweden or like Scandinavia, something like that could be really cool. I think you could also do Poland's a very obvious one. I think Poland would be really good. Hungary could also work quite well. What else could you have that would work really nicely? I'm trying to think outside of Europe because I feel like strategy games that are made by the West always focus on Europe, which, without making it too much about us, like history was kind of like the colonization period kind of thing hit pretty hard for Europe, you know? But maybe another African civ could be cool here. Because you've got a lot of Middle East, but not much African, right? You've only got Malians. Native Americans could be cool. Possibly. Yeah, like, I think you just do something like, the Sioux tribe, maybe? Would be a cool one. Actually, no. You know what the one would be the best is, what they called? I've forgotten their name. They were like the most aggressive. They were the scariest. Was it Cherokees I'm thinking of? I think Cherokee was like one of the more scary tribes. Apaches. Apaches is the one. Yes, that's the one. Thank you. Apache would be really cool. Yeah. As I was saying Cherokee, I was like, I feel like Cherokee were more traders, whereas Apache were just like raider, right? Like that. At least that was the reputation they built. That, I think, if I remember correctly, the Apache tribe was where the whole idea of like scalping really came from. They were like the biggest instigators of it, if I remember correctly. All right, let's get ready for this. The race for #1 in the world is underway. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. We are live from the ladder to see who is going to be snatching that first place on the leaderboards as we get ever closer to the end of season. In the orange, he's a worm. At least that's what the Age of Mythology scene told us. It's Beastie playing as the Ottomans, going up against Anatan in the blue on the Abbasids. Yeah, so, you know, we're all familiar with these two by now, right? Anatan has been rising through the ranks over the last year. He's really made a name for himself. Beastie may be one of the most charismatic worms we've ever encountered in the history of America. I saw the video, man. I couldn't help but laugh. Beastie has been a little bit split on his attention, and while the king was away, tending to not just real-life endeavors, but also the breeding of Minotaurs, a certain usurper snuck in. Anatan currently is #1 in the world, and he is looking to defend that title. And he already extended his lead by 50 elo, guys, because Beastie apparently crashed in the last game, which means one of them gained, I think, 21 elo, the other lost 20. So already a bigger difference. In fact, the time recording, let me have a look at this. I'm pretty sure there's a 60 elo difference. Yeah, Anatan is a 2-3-2-1 elo, and Beastie is behind him by 50 elo at 2270. So Anatan has played a lot more games. The interesting one actually is that Louis has fallen off a bit. He's at 2252 just behind Beastie, but Louis hasn't played in 6 days. So not sure what happened there because the original narrative about a week ago was between Louis and Anatan. Love this Eco Wing play. Guys, this is the new meta. Okay, get used to it. Military Wing is dead. Long live the Eco Wing. I just don't see any point in Military Wing anymore. Military Wing is just so much better if you go into Castle, right? Because you get the Desert Raiders, you get the Camel Riders. I have too many camels, man. Camel Riders, which are really good up against any sort of Sipahi shenanigans, works really well against the initial Lancers. Sure, you'll get countered eventually by Janissaries, but you're only getting 2 of them, right? So it's the opening moves that matter. Other side, it's going to be still Tiny Trade Network, which is indicative of a fast castle build. Makes a lot of sense. We have seen 2 TC play to counter the Abbasids from Ottomans, but I think it's better to go castle first and then TC later in this situation. If it was Military Wing, I actually like the idea of Ottoman 2 TC, but against Eco Wing, the Abbasids will just go free TC if you go 2. So you'll always lose out because of that. Oh, should we put predictions up? You little gambaholics. I know you love that. I'm going to make it really short, only a minute, because we are already... Actually, I'll give you 2 minutes. Boom. So, looking at the TC placement opportunities. Anatan's probably going to look to drop this town center on the 4 deer. I think the timing's aligned for it. Might be a bit tight if there's a stables drop, but if it's just passive production, you should be fine. That being said, actually, there are already spearmen, right? So the spearmen might force Anatan to just commit the TC onto the gold and the tree line. The alternative is you drop it on the stone here if you want to go free TC. Free TC against 1 feels really greedy, though. There will be a window to kill you for Ottomans if you do that. Fertile Crescent, now already on the way. I wonder if we're ever going to see players actively doing the trade. The issue is, on this map, it's not really worth it for the distance. You need a marketplace. But there have been maps where I've kind of scratched my head. I've seen like they have maximum distance almost, and they don't actively trade. This one you can forgive on, though. On top of that, you're against the Bastards that potentially add in Camel Archers, so you don't want to have exposed eco. I think we should just be seeing a pivot over to Sipahi. Instead, it's still on Spears. Stone gathering underway. Okay, so it is going to be 2 TC from Beastie, right? Because that's a lot of stone gathering. And that means that Anatan can go free TC. He's immediately going to have to react to the first spearman blocking him here. Yeah, so... I guess the justification for Beastie here is he gets to wherever he wants. Right? Because Anatan is now hunkering down. You can just drop a TC here. Which, by the way, is an outrageous spawn. Deer and berries right next to each other. The dream. Remember, berries, like, while not perfect, is extra food safely near your TC. There's no ball play to be had for Ottomans. They don't benefit from that. The reason that's important is because when you play Fertile Crescent, farm transitions are easy for Abbasids. But boom, here we go. Going for an extra TC. Those are Dark Age Spearmen, by the way, folks. And there is a TC in range, so you can't do anything here. Yeah, I love the micro. Just basically take the injured back to the tree line, and they are now also your garrison force. So what was the plan now for Beastie? Because we said why 2TC makes sense against Abbas's non-eco wing, and we've also shown why it doesn't work against free. Because the issue now is for Beastie, he's going to build a second TC. He's going to spend 100 food every 20 seconds. But on free TC, Anatan is still going to spend less than him. And this is where Fertile Crescent starts to get really scary, by the way. The discount just saves you so much. You're almost saving enough that you've created an environment where you got a TC for free, right? Because he's now saved 70% in total across his TC building. So third one now going up. Spearman's going to be a little bit annoying, but one spear here is not going to be good enough. And I imagine we're going to see a hunker down by both players into castle. Because the issue for Beastie is he hasn't been scaling military schools. He hasn't added in active production. So trying to build a big enough army to breach the base now feels very difficult because Anatan has kept his town centers close together. If he built his town center out here, for example, Beastie could have just gone into mass feudal and pressed that. But diving into the main base is going to be very difficult for multiple reasons. For a start, all defenses will be located in one location. The other really big issue you have here is the fire armor. Fire armor is obnoxious. Minimizes the damage you're able to do because in Age 2, your unit's doing 13 torch damage. Reduction by 5. Golden Age coming in. What's Beastie gone for? Yeah, he went Anatolian Hills. So, once again, Anatan, another game where I think he was able to get the sheep haul in his favor. Kind of to be expected because you gather on the berries first instead of going straight to the sheep. But also, Ottoman's just not really changing the skin here. They always do Anatolian Hills. I feel like 85 to 90% of games is Anatolian Hills first. Actually, even higher when you're on land maps. It's just too good. Getting an extra 2,000 food underneath your TC really does make the difference. And it also enables you to do things like fast castling or mass Sipahiing, whereas otherwise they wouldn't feel as easily doable unless you got an insane cheap RNG. How do you guys vote in the end? Oh, 74% for Beastie. Whoa! 24% believe in Anatan, not bad. I think Anno has a decent shot here. I like Abbasis for this. If the game goes deep enough, I think Ottomans are going to naturally be favored, right? You're thinking about things like the Great Bombards. You're thinking about Janissaries plus Sipahi. There's not really many answers for Anno. You could potentially try Camel Riders, but I feel like if you're in the true late game state, that's going to fall flat. Camel Riders a little bit earlier than true late game could be intriguing, though. Wait, 4 TC? Okay, now we've entered a whole new realm of greed. Oh my god. I can't believe he's going a 4th. That's wild. Still, really cheap, right? We talked about the fact that once you build 3 TCs, you've got that one for free, right? Because by building 4 TCs with Fertile Crescent, you've paid less than you would for 3 TC. Because the 35% saving per town center. So you're 105% savings from building into an extra 3 TCs. On top of that, fresh foodstuffs. He's spending 128 food to produce 4 villages every 20 seconds. Insanely cost efficient if you at least secure additional food sources, which he has done with this one onto the berries. Walls are starting to go up from both players, so it looks like we're carving up the map. Things are going to go later. This, by the way, is the map I'm looking most forward to for PUP, for server Season 9, rather. We're on Season 8 with this one, but once you go Season 9, they're going to be nerfing the build speed on walls from 4 seconds to 8 seconds. And I think Gorge is going to become so much more interesting because of that. Because now, Gorge has 2 states of play. All-ins, where there's no walls at all, or mid-late games where walling happens all the way across the map. So remember, the Imperial Armory is now coming in. Anatan is going to start stockpiling quite quickly. We've seen him adding some spears and camel archers. Makes sense. Camel archers are a really good way to hold from Age 2 when up against Castle Age. Because if your opponent goes men arms, you counter. If you go lances, you've already got spears, and then you've got camel archers to make the fight easier. Oh, you are attempting a dive in, but I love the fact that Anatan just kind of spreads his spearmen out one by one, understanding that, like, because of the greed, Beastie can't have a big army. So one of the villagers might get picked here. His Fortitude did get activated. Oh, he has to give up. So not even a single eco kill. And guys, that lead is building fast. 16 villagers ahead for Anatan. Look at the camel archer queue. Nah, guys, I stand by my statement. Camel archers are broken. You're going to see it in this game as well. Like, it's crazy to do this against Sipahi, but at the same time, you know, without farm economy, do you really want to be scaling mass Sipahi actively? No. You'd rather just go Lancers, and Lancers trade worse against Camel Archers. For a start, you don't take bonus damage, so you actually remove 20% of the damage you take. And Knights hit for about 24 base in this, so it's better to be on Sipahi where you lose less damage overall and have a quicker attack speed. So Camel Archers forcing him to go Sipahi is tricky because his economy isn't going to be able to get away with this for long. Also, on top of that, if your opponent's going Sipahi, Spearmen are the perfect solution. So I think Beastie, you don't want to go Janissaries here. That feels rough. You need to find archers. And it looks like he is queuing them up now. So archers are going to be on the way, but this is buying time. Anatan is getting that bulk together. We're at 8 camel archers currently. Once he's at, I'd say about 15, he can look to tech. More walls being attempted here. Not going to work out, though. Beastie is using this tech advantage, by the way. He's going for relics. On top of that, we do have the military school spam. So 5 military schools. So remember, Mehmed Imperial Armory also produces units. What's the score so far? So they've queued into each other once. Anatan got a win. Looked like Beastie had a crash. So technically Anatan is up. Might be about to witness his first real victory here. Undermesh coming in. Nice blocker against the Imam. The Sipahi count isn't big enough yet. The Veterans League did just come in. But there's a lot of respect being shown for good reason. Look at the eco state. It's a 30 villager lead now for Anatan. And the farms are getting added in. Remember, those are much cheaper for him. Eventually, this is a farm transition that BC's also going to have to consider. But it's going to be nowhere near as cheap for him. Love that Anatan isn't just hunkering down and doing the farms only. He's trying to use these flank resources still. Tango. Whoop. Not going to find a good opening wall up there. I think Beastie's goal now is to kind of lock this in to a longer game. Abbasids are very strong in Imperial Age, but Ottomans are from a militaristic perspective. So far, Anatan is doing a really good job of blocking the more closely positioned relics here. This wall-in is also going to block Beastie from trying to claim those. So despite the fact that BC has had a huge Castle Age timing lead, Anatan is likely to be the one with the majority of relics here. Bumper on the walls. Hello, Bearmorph. Now, that's a double-edged sword, as I've learned, though, mate. We may be able to live spectate, but that also means content can't be protected. So if you pay for a tournament, someone else can come and cast it without permission. Double-edged sword. What's going on? I actually think this is a trap. Oh my god, Akbar it up. It's a top. The spin coming. Beastie. He's not going to make it out. Stabs just in time there. Are you kidding me? Anatan, the charge in, actually ruined him there. The line formation not quite skirting north enough there to stop the Sipahi from getting out. That was huge. Remember, these guys are not cheap. 160 resources each. So Beastie able to dodge death in an important situation there, as that was a lot of his front line. So we'll be able to back off into home territory. Military wing now on the way for Anatan. I know. Yeah, I agree. Ghulams would be a good way to go. Janissaries are starting to get added in. Is there anything other than Ghulams you could do? Actually, like, Spear Archer is probably more cost efficient than going Ghulams because of composite bows, right? You'll have that tech. Because Janissaries are coming in, Camel Riders wouldn't make much sense, even though they're really good against Sipahi. Because they get the double damage, right? 28 damage per strike on an attack speed that's quicker than Sipahi. Basically, Sipahi would only be able to compete with that attack speed if they activated the Fortitude and took more damage. I.e., not worth doing. Oh, the truth. I know. In the H3 now. Immediately queues up the fitted level works, and it is going to be the Ghulams. Love that BC's already anticipating this, though. He has his own fitted level work on the way. Remember, the melee defenses are doubly effective against Ghulams because they strike twice. Anatan already having to prep those spring walls because the double mango now creep is coming. Remember, these were built free by the Imperial Armory. Nice thing, though, is you don't have to invest in a siege workshop when you play as the Abbas. A little bit bold on the positioning here. Luckily, he will have the spring wall just before the mangoes would get in range. Wall is about to break, though. Needs more golems. Veterancy is on the way for the camels. Spring wall backs up just in time. The brace does come out. Sipahi over eager here. Shot comes in, though. Springle is down. And that means he needs to kite. Into the choke point he goes. Needs to leave the Spim and the Gulen behind to hold this back. The Sipahi can easily be beaten over time here. 5 ranged armor, but the Camel Archers about to get juiced up. 14 seconds away. This is big. Beastie, the army is bloated. He has the veteran season. That's the mistake. But Anatan, he doesn't have that yet. That's another reason why he's gone into Mass Gulens, but it might be enough to push this back. 12 in the field. Another 6 to Sprog out in a second. And the veteran season now in. Boot camp about to complete in 5 seconds. And the Camel Archers should be able to now commit. Gulens begin to wrap around. It looks like BC's first wave is going to be pushed back. In fact, he's at risk of getting ran down here. Remember, the Archers cannot retreat away from this easily. Love the fact he went into the meta form with a melee just to get the double resistance against the Gulen, but it's not going to be enough. Siege gets mopped up. Anatan is undented. He has over a 50 villager lead here. And Beastie is now in trouble. The production pump is ridiculous here. He's trying to queue up the crossbows, but look at the difference. 25 Gulen on the way. Oh my god. Patience from Anatan paying off here. Quadruple TC is proving worth it now. He is maxed out on villages at 18 minutes into the game. It's going to be a temp reset here as Anatan has to slow down a little bit. Gulen numbers aren't quite there yet. The second wave is arriving. But even if he has to start adding in archers, that is also going to favor him the composite bows. Camels start to get struck here. Janissaries trying to snipe them down. Star Step does look good. Remember, this is not the Ibis. You don't get that movement speed after you kill a unit, but whenever he has to stand ground like this is rough. And it looks like the meta with the armor was taken down, so he's on attack speed now, which means he can't stand here anymore. The Janissaries are also not pulling back. So Beastie is going to once again be shoved behind his walls. Mangoless for it. Kind of a rough one here. I think Beastie is getting ready for attack, but a scary point to try it here, guys. It's 22 Gulems. You don't have many Janissaries or crossbows to defend this. Going imp in a rush could flatline Beastie. And I think that's why you're seeing him now add in additional production. I do want to see Anatan stop building Camel Archers here, though. The Janissary count is killing him. It's weird as well because Janissaries, and this is really, really weird to process, guys. Janissaries may counter Camel Archers, but Camel Archers counter Janissary. What I mean by that, you're seeing that right there. It's double damage against light gunpowder infantry, of which Janissaries are light gunpowder infantry. So, a bit of a weird one. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, but they also then take the extra 50% damage. So that means a Camel Archer hits you for about 45 damage. No, that can't be right. Mathematically, I think the bonus damage received doesn't affect bonus damage, if that makes sense. So it would be base damage increased by 50%. Anatan on the way. He's giving the culture wing. So they are both heading into the last stage. Camel handling is being prepped here. Gooms, in the meantime, are marching to the backside, and they are going to find these farms. Because wait, what? Oh, Anatan, you snake. He crept outposts out here. And villagers are in trouble now. Textiles is cool, but not good enough. The Gulems will take advantage of this. Love the way he splits up as well. Sure, tech up complete, but Beastie is going to be weak on villager count now. Tries to run away, but the idle time also just paying to start the age. Culture Wing is coming in 35 seconds. Remember, with the preservation of knowledge, a lot of these techs become that much more affordable. Could I remove the delay for ladder matches? Oh, yeah. Sorry. I don't want to impede Crackly. Let me just phone my uncle who works at Microsoft. He'll get on it. It'll be done in 10 minutes. Man, look at the way Anatan's spreading the map, though. Not many units left live, but he understands that at this stage, Beastie is playing wide because that's where the gold is. That's the weakness of Gorge, is in the mid-game, you have to go wide. You don't have any other access choice for gold. Brilliantly done. Another wave coming as Camel Archer's on the way here. With the Camel handling, these guys are race cars. 1.87 movement speed, and also the worst time to go back onto the gold. That's going to be losses for Beastie. He's not even reacting to it straight away. He's too busy reacting to the ping up here on the farms. Beastie, no. No. He doesn't know. Look at the pings right now. He's not getting any. Finally it comes through, but too little too late. They're all going to die. Maybe a handful get away, but the damage is done. That is a double up in villager count for Anatan. Things are about to get worse for Beastie. Camel handling was good, but Camel support will be just as effective here. The Ghoulems are going to get extra armor in these engagements, +2 in fact. Now I wonder, do we have public libraries? Nah, we're going to ignore that. Kind of interesting that he still didn't get Preservation of Knowledge. He has, however, got Elite Army Tactics on the way. Remember, Ghoulems are very pop efficient in the late game, a premium men-at-arms. Keep going up as well. I don't think BC's going to be able to stop that, even if he dives in. Now, funnily enough, for Public Library, no one will die here, but this will still be enough to hold. A few villages are going to go down, but when you're up at 160 eco, losing a few villages is actually helpful. Man, Anatan is playing so well in this game. And this is getting suffocating. We've got another keep drop. Double Siege Workshop. This is tricky. It's about the military schools. We know how ridiculous the observatory is in Age 4 for the Ottomans. It increases their production speed on military schools. They get a lot of free units. So what's the counter? Set up a proxy base and siege it down. Probably going to be bombards. Could actually even be trebs. Speaking of bombards, first Great Bombard is almost out. I think this is why he's still going Camel Archers, right? It's like you can't get a good strike with a Great Bombard that way. Ghoulems will be somewhat affected, but with 310 HP, I don't think they care about one bomb. You're going to need 3 or 4. Incendiary Arrows is now on the way for Beastie. Cold Starvation is going to be real here. Outposts are coming up, and he's rush repairing it because there's a cannon emplacement on the way. Oh man, Anatan is vibing right now. You can feel it. Crossbows are on the way to try and deal with this, but I think he should be able to hold it long enough, right? No, he has to bail. Unfortunate timing there. That means Anatan, unless he rush repairs now, it's going to be a wasted effort. In fact, he needs to cancel that cannon emplacement. Luckily, good guy Beastie does it for him. Still, he knows where to target now, right? It's a defend on the gold. If Beastie can't access the gold, he can't actively produce anything. Look at that armor, guys. 10 melee armor, 10 ranged armor. Reminder that Janissaries have lower damage than standard hand cannoneers, so almost half their damage is being mitigated by the armor alone. Oy, oy, oy. The cool thing about this as well is unless BC target fires, the Camel Archers are going to be the last thing to die. So have we got the siege coming out yet? Okay, it's going to be Culverin's first, so he's looking to address the Great Bombards, and now it looks like he's going to follow up to deal with the buildings. Chem is also on the way, so the chemistry make it a lot easier to bring down these Great Bombards that do not have siege works. Good lord. And just kind of playing a cannon fodder game for a lot of this, right? Still surprised. I think he totally forgot about Preservation of Knowledge. I also think Medical Centers is worth it when you get 4 keeps like this. These outpost rules are so ridiculous. Once again, though, losing a few villages is not bad when Anatan's floating this much resource in reserve. He needs more military presence. That's the risk against Ottomans, is Ottomans are really good in IM at building up a ridiculous army size off of passive production. The weakness is if they then get that army wiped too quickly. Ghoulems. Now stabbing in on this. Bombards are sniping into the military schools, so that passive reduction advantage is going to start to shrink, which is why Beastie needs to strike while he's got the full pop cap. Is he going to try to... You can't end the game here. That doesn't work. Not one great bombard. If you had 3 or 4, you could try to force this. But remember, most of his army is ranged units. And by most, I mean basically 75%. So this doesn't work. You don't have a way of killing the landmark quick enough. In fact, instead, these bombards could kill your buildings faster. Killam's once again hitting that back eco. More farms getting shut down as well. Beastie's not moving the main army, which kind of concerns me. He's idling up here in an awkward position. Great Bombard is going to start to try and break open the base. But this is allowing Anatan to now prep the real quality army. Hand cannon is on the way. Kind of tricky as well. I mean, Janissary are pretty good, but they have the limitations. The Corvin. Beastie didn't know us. Okay, that is a vile snipe. He's so out of position here. I can't believe he just got away with that on both. Okay, that's just BMing. He deletes them. It's like, no. I just want you to know that anything that dies is because I want it to die. Oh, absolutely fantastic. Meanwhile, military schools are all dead. This one Bombard is winning the game. Oh my god, he's going to win the game even more. The Ghoulam and the Great Bombard get the kill! I can't believe this. Beastie's entire plan is being unraveled by a single Bombard. There's no backup after this, man. He doesn't have the military schools online, and now Anatan will commit to the fight. Knowing that if he wipes this, the reboom is not going to be easy. Maybe not even possible for Beastie here. Archer's targeting onto the hand cannoneers. Camel support's making it so difficult with that +2 extra armor, though. They have 5 ranged armor against these archers. That's a mop-up. Beastie has nothing left to forward with here. Behind this, the military schools have not been rebuilt, and that is it! GG gets called. The biggest Bombard warrior is right here. One siege weapon wins the entire game. Oh, man. That's sick. That is sick. Well played. Anatan takes the dub. The most badass Bombard ever in an Age of Empires 4 game. One Bombard carries game. Boom. That was sick. Yeah, so, like, titling his YouTube videos? Yeah, dude. Prep it so that I can upload it quickly. You know how many hours a week we do facts? On cam, off cam, all cam? Boom. Find me someone who's sweated more hours. Got to optimize that times. So while it's fresh in my memory, we put something there as a filler. That way my editor can work faster on getting the thumbnails ready. All right, so we're going Socotra. Malian versus Byzantine's kind of wild. Dude, don't Byzantines win this? Because you just mass Limitane. You can't... I don't think you can... I also don't think you can, like, Saharan Trade Network rush him. Okay, hear me out. You know what would be sick? I know he's going to build Lombos because it's going to be a Donzo Limitane clash. But what if he just built Keshiks? Kekiks here? Because you know your opponent doesn't want to have to build like Donzo? Nah. It'll be Lombo plus Limitane. You could do Javelin Limitane. Javelin Limitane is not bad either. The logic is that the Malian Javs get stuck attacking the Limitane. And you just keep coming in the edge of range with your javelins and stabbing them with javelins, right? And that's how you just win the fight long term. Either works, though. I think, you know, you don't have to lean into one avenue of thinking. I've seen games where Lombos are just as justifiable. But it's all about like the opening play. If he sees that there's a lot of Donzos coming, then it makes sense to go longbows. Because you clear them faster. Some Hippo Mangadai? Oh, Faye. I don't know how to tell her this. Wrong map. Oh no. Oh, I guess people want to be paid out, don't they? Hold on a sec. Let me get the prediction paid out. Anatand. Haha! Only 25% believed. I wonder what they'll do this time with their betting. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. We are here to witness the race for first place on the leaderboards between Anatand and Beastie, who keep queuing into each other and are the two front runners for that #1 spot ranking on the pub leaderboards. We hop into Socotra, a wild map and wild civ choices here. Beastie got red. Marlian pick is strong. Pretty dominant actually on Socotra, a very claustrophobic map with safe gold. But Anatand with the Byzantines may just have his number. I love this as well. He immediately goes for the ball pull, something Marlians can't do, and you can buff to be even better at minute 1. So the reason Byzantines are so good here is you just spam Limitane, which ruins a lot of what Marlians want to do, because Marlians want to build Donzos, Javelins, and hunker down. Limitane will fight well against Donzos. They will also eradicate Javelins. And then, on top of that, you can't go archers because usually what a Byzantine player will do is either go longbow or javelin, and he can counter that out as well. So it's actually a pretty rough matchup here for Beastie. Kind of curious to see what his approach is going to be. Musafadi in theory is kind of cool, but unless Byzantines go for javelins, there's no reason you could get away with that. Yeah, I almost feel like Beastie needs to force Anatand to choose the wrong contract to make this work. And no, this is not pop. We are back on Season 8 because the test server basically is now about to end. So we're checking in some games from the absolute top of the ladder from the rank 1 and 2 on Season 8. So, question is, Hippodrome or Grand Winery? Has to be Grand Winery, right? The Mercs are crucial to winning the opening play against Marlians here. And going Hippodrome just feels weird because your opponent can hunker down with Donzos quite confidently. Horseman Longbow can work if you think your opponent has leaned Javelin too quickly. But you need to see proof of that. The reason why you go Longbow with Horseman, by the way, is because you need that protection against Donzos. And guys, it is going to be Horseman. Either that or this is an elaborate bait. But we have Hippodrome. And Mansa, of course, is going to be the atypical on the other side. This is going to get wild. I should have known. Anatand, when they made the changes to Horsemen where they buffed them slightly on their range, he was on it like a car bonnet. He started spamming the crap out of Hippodromes and was winning almost every game. This is a really intriguing idea on this map, though, that I wouldn't have expected because this map is so small. I'm wondering if there's some sort of caveats, something intriguing like pro scouts on his mind here. It's a very expensive tech, but your scouts can be spammed out easily from the Hippodrome. How far in the boar is he already? He's almost halfway through the boar already, guys. And by the way, that's without survival techniques because you need resources you don't want to commit there, right? But what's kind of wild about this is the system is kind of giving you survival techniques already. 10% instead of 15, but it's still substantial. So you get up to like, what is it? It's a 1.25. It's something like 1.25 or 1.26 food per second when you have survival techniques in level 1 system. It's crazy. Dream almost complete. How you guys voting? 90% to Anatand. I love how drastically the script has flipped. Last game, for those who didn't know, we had 75% of people's points going towards Beastie winning. Here you go, tech out complete. Horsemen immediately get queued. The other thing I like about playing aggro with a longbow jab follow-up sort of thing, or even maybe normal archers to a certain degree in some situations, is Marlians, their only recourse is javelins. They have to have javelin advantage, because if they don't, scouts don't solve the archer issue. Remember, even if you go warrior scouts with the Marlians, that doesn't give them bonus damage against ranged. They only get that in age 3. No, horsemen keep getting queued up. Level 2 system is going to be coming in here. And this is where you're going to force the reaction into Arax, right? Apparently not. PC instead thinks this is all a lure for a fast castle build. So instead, he's going to get the dock to block the gold gathering. But interestingly enough, this has an added benefit on top of that. Check the berry spawns. An archer ship stops Anatan from getting mercenaries. Oh, that is so sly, man. But one weakness of this, one risk is Anatan can still play inwards towards the 8 stack of berries because now you don't have any land army. So Rax drop is going to be coming in, and Anatan should be looking to either go like standard archery range to fill the gap, or he's going to have to wait a lot longer before he can attack. In fact, stone gathering actively. Well, this should just be arrow slits, right? I'd be surprised to see 2 TC here. Maybe he's a bit paranoid that Marlians could do that. Remember, Marlians did get the way to TC changed. It now costs gold instead of stone, which makes it a lot more viable as a strategy for Marlians than it once was. We've already got the Hunting Canoe on the way. Hunting Canoe will come around a lot quicker than standard archer ships because it has the initial movement speed buff from coastal navigation. So it basically puts it up to maximum movement speed for 15 seconds. I am wondering now if he's thinking about it. 11 villagers on wood feels a bit overkill unless you're doing archers or TC. It could just be about the timing of getting the next building, but something feels a bit funky about this. Cisterns do have a lot of value, to be fair to him, right? Like, extending a cistern out here is huge for the berries and the deer, and the tree line afterwards. So it could just be about maxing out cisterns. In the meantime, though, we've got dock on dock play. This feels weird to see Byzantines doing, guys, but he needs to due to the berry positioning we talked about. He can't access food otherwise. So this is more a necessity than a desire, but Beastie's already looking to take the advantage here. Double war canoe, or rather hunting canoe in position. So you have the double archer ships. Anatan has to walk away again. So yeah, it was about another cistern level. First blood drawn, though, as he gets a villager kill. And that cistern is a little bit too close, so it will be another villager likely to go down if it wasn't for the potato aim. Oh, that feels so bad for Beastie. The RNG. That guy missed every shot of that flurry of arrows. So villager gets away on 1 HP. Donzo counter's going to start scaling upwards. And we have just got archer ship spam, so no springle ships coming. At least for Anatan. Beastie does have one on the way, folks. War Canoe now coming in. Also has the demo, so really just trying to stick it towards this buried location. Makes a lot of sense, actually, because if you get to the Lombos, you can even start stabbing at the range ships without getting return fire. Who's the worm purse? I thought we were casting Beastie. Yeah, but he rolled a 1 on his charisma, so he's a worm today. Reminder that Byzantines have absolutely no value point on water. Like, nothing. Even this Droman tech, which takes castle anyway, feels terrible. I guess maybe liquid explosives is the one thing, but I've yet to see it good. Yet to see it do good. Basically, it deals full damage to all enemies in the explosion radius, so it's a big blast. I think it's a much bigger blast than the standard, because usually incendiaries is a 20% explosion range increase, whereas this basically makes it so if you are in the radius, you'll take full damage. Very gathering in the center. Worm is starting to get towards the Javelin mass now. However, with the berry access online, we will see Anatan able to start reaching in for his mercs. Question now is it going to be Lombos or is it going to be Javs? I imagine we're looking at Lombos here so that you can pick away at the Donzo formation and then dive with the Horseman. Usually, using Hippodrome is difficult because one Triumph can't win you a game. But with the way this has been playing out, I actually think Anatan is building a big enough Horseman mass that one Triumph can wipe an entire army. So BC has to be very defensive with his positioning here. The archer ships had enough of defending. Instead, they're going to start aggressing. So active gold gathering has been blocked out. That's going to slow down his scaling into the Cal. Hunter Canoe is going to be outnumbered, so BC, an ambitious choice to spawn one of these bad boys here. Means he's going to end up losing his boat. Ooh, maybe not. Coastal navigation. Saves a life there. Lombo's confirmed. Now coming in. Anathan is also getting ready for castle, guys. Look at the resources. BC's nowhere near ready. And keep in mind, he can play inward for the gold. And he is doing that on the north side right now. Okay, so BC needs to sense what's happening here and move out right now. If he waits in his base just a minute, Anatan will have what he needs for a tech up. Scary as well, right? The horseman threat. He also hasn't been able to scout out recently. Because trying to run around with your scout feels impossible when you're up against the mass horseman, right? Like, you'll just get sniped. So what he sees is only on the edge of the map where the boats are. What can he at least be able to protect the home economy? But Anno is now ready to go, guys. I think this is another win for Anatan. The timings are just now hard for Beastie to match up to. He needed about another 2 minutes. You can see by the way the cattle ranch is going. He's not going to get those 2 minutes, though. Last piece of gold being dropped off. And then no sippy cups, right? I think this should just be the standard. Golden Horn Tower. Just not in the standard location. Well, I've heard of towering the sacred site, but this is a little bit different. He could even just chain in for the level 4 system influence. He's definitely got enough stone to do so, right? I think so once he completes the tech up. Because this would cost him, I believe it's 200 now? Yeah. And he's got the outpost plus the Golden Horn Tower. I think that would put him at like 220 stone if I'm not mistaken. Beastie's about to get the bad news. He just walks out and goes, what the hell is that? Something tall and big to make you feel insignificant, my friend. Beastie has to come out. There's no waiting around. But he's too late. Golden Horn Tower is already going to complete. If he'd been just a few seconds sooner, maybe. Anatan now with the age up. Beastie has to press this hard. Outpost is getting arrow slits. That's not a big threat. I think those are villagers, though. Yeah, Anatan has to buy some time on this. Repair's going to be there. Horseman trying to bait this. But torch damage high enough, so Anatan has to run. Oh, that formation shuffle, though. A few more villagers are going to go down. Gold gathering on the front side. Anatan needs a little bit to get into the initial Varangian. He queues up Cataphract. What? I mean, that doesn't matter. The veterancy is on the way. That's the bigger deal. Berry gathering on the south side has been delayed, has been prevented, rather. Horsemen are still alive, though. Love the fact that Anatan's just trying to poke at this. Punishing the formation shuffling with the javelins at the back of it. Lombos are pursuing. I can't believe Anatan is actually attacking him with this military difference. But then again, a lot of that is on water. Cataphract has now arrived. Needs to be careful. Most of the horsemen get wiped out there. Jab count at 10. Varangian are now in, though. And this is tricky. Musafadi had been queued up, but the Lombos can counter that. So what Anatan needs right now is olive oil. Olive oil is how you win or lose this game. I know. Has at least got that freebie group of Lombos on the way in 1 minute and 20 seconds, but for now he doesn't have it. However, the Varangian may have done enough here. Oh my god. Beastie, he didn't kite the Varangian at all. Wasn't able to. And now, this might just be simply over. 10 javelins, only 7 donzos. Varangian count may just be a little bit too high, even without the ranged armor. Makes a lot of sense when you think about it, though. Mass donzos against Varangian is horrible. They have an extra 1 melee armor, so they barely take any damage whatsoever. Anatan now up to 7 of those bad boys. Musafadi at least being scaled as a reaction here. But Lombos getting closer to popping out, right? 31 seconds away. The marketplace is being dropped, so Anatan about to fix the issues with his economy. And even the Akratoy defense here. +2 armor. Cataphract is going to dive in. That's going to absorb the blow. Donzos have to target fire into that. But the villagers are still chasing. Anatan will finally pull them back. But now it's mainly just Javelins, a small handful of Musafadi, and a Varangian count that continues to scale here. Ay, ay, ay. More racks is getting added in. He needs the Musafadi mass ASAP. Varangian able to just club down this small trickle of troops coming out. Now, admittedly, over time, the Javelins will be able to mop up Varangian. But remember what he said was the real win condition. It's getting the Lombos online. A group of 5 just came out. This front line is getting evaporated. On top of that, Anno should be able to sneak back out onto the berries, potentially. Especially over here. If he does that, then that's where you'll see the Merc count spiral. Now the Javelins continue to shove this back. Nice target fire, actually, from Beastie. Saving his bacon. This Lombos is going to go down. Villagers are in trouble again. Remember, Anatan is now 10 villagers behind, and that is it. That's too much. Shoves him over towards the shore, and he has to wave the white flag. Beastie, up against the ropes, looked screwed there, but the Javelins were able to carry him through. Man, that olive oil denial was huge, actually. On the south side, the archer ship just about able to block it. Anatan wasn't feeling safe or confident with the idea of playing it up to that berry bush on the tree line. Had he been able to do that, he would have been able to get the Lombos to win this game. But no. Beastie strikes back. He gets a win after falling victim to Anatan, and they are currently at 1-1 on the ladder. Damn. I am quite impressed there, actually. I think that looked kind of over. It was starting to get shaky. You could feel it when there wasn't any extra berry gathering going on. I think Anatan needed to take a risk onto the south side of the map to actively gather berries. With that, there's a potential way that you can get back into this game, but it never came. And it looks like we're going to get ready for another one. Okay. This is a Castle Rush Juji game, guys. So, turns out, like, Ottomans are one of the best civs at dealing with Juganu because their Sipahi are more tanky, and on top of that, your Sipahi can get an extra +1 ranged armor with the meta. So they end up at 4 ranged armor, which means the Juganu will always just do minimum damage. It's kind of scary. So, I think this can be a good matchup, actually, for Beastie. Let's pay on that last one. Well played, Mr. Beastmonger. Wait, are you really calling Juji one of the worst civs? There's worse civs than Juji. I put Juji like 4th or 5th lowest. I wouldn't put them like bottom 2. Joan's worse than Juji. Or are we... Wait, I can't believe you do that, Faye. Oh my god, are you just categorizing them all into one bundle, French and Joan? They're their own independent people, yo. Unbelievable. French and JD are OP. What cocaine are you snorting? Jesus, someone dropped 170,000 on Anatan. I'm glad I never put that giveaway reward for 5 million points to get a PS4. I knew a friend who done that, and I was like, what are you thinking? It's like, we never set up predictions. I was like, and that's why I can never do that. All right, should we get ready to go? Oh, actually, one sec. Just need to check a message. Yeah, we're good. I reckon we'll be able to catch at least a few more of these. I reckon food will be in about an hour-ish. So, we'll at least get 2 more games, or we'll only get this 1 game, right? Nah, this won't be an hour long. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We have returned for more of the race for first on the ladder between Beastie and Anatan. The difference is shrinking. Beastie was able to strike back. Anatan, not as comfortable with the elo lead that he once had. We now hop into Dry Arabia with 2 of the weaker civs in Age of Empires 4 Season 8. Juji's legacy in the hands of Mind Sanity and Anatan. And the worm of Age of Empires with the Ottomans. That's right, this is Beastie in the yellow. Ottomans are kind of dope here, though. I actually rate them really highly because it's very difficult for Juji to play feudal, which makes them very predictable. They have to rush castle. Because if you play along feudal here, guys, usually Juji thrive off of Juganu mass, And Zhuganu sucks up against the Ottomans because of the extra ranged armor. So what Ottomans can do is they can play into Sipahi, which already have high ranged armor. They get the blacksmith upgrades, and then on top of that, they can get the +1 ranged armor from their meta. It means that the Zhuji tickle them. Add into the fact then that Sipahi can accelerate their damage, their high base damage already. It's a nightmare waiting to happen. So I got a feeling Anatan is likely going to be going for a fast castle build. Sheeple, 15 to... Oh, no. Oh, no. What is that sheep split? Are you kidding me? Okay, I know missed 2 here, but he kind of got scammed on the spawn. They pretty much divided the map, right? From what I can see on the vision. But Beastie has a ridiculous lead here. It's 17 sheep to 7. And this is the first time I've seen Anatan in weeks get such a sucky split. On top of that, he's getting griefed by the stealth forests, so the sheep are running away. Yeah, this is kind of my problem still to this day with sheep. Like, how is sheep still this way? This is Dry Arabia. This is meant to be the most balanced and fair map in the game. But that sheep distribution felt anything but. Right? They split the map, essentially. I think there was maybe a slight overlap where Anatan was in the wrong place slightly, but not to the extreme that I would expect 17 sheep versus 7. Kind of a tough one now. Usually he's definitely not a civ that does well when they run out of sheep fast. This is why I was a really big fan of the recent map that Avli made. If you guys haven't seen that on the YouTube side, be sure to check out those games. Scarguard. Scarguard starts you with 5 sheep in your TC range, and then 5 deer. And then it has deer scattered everywhere. So my plea to the devs is, why are we still using such an archaic system as sheep spamming when there's no reason not to do more deer now? Deer, boar, all those things. Because remember... Oh, boy, you can kind of forgive because some civs can't do them. But deer, you most definitely can. Because now the bounty system has been reworked. The roosts don't force this stupid minigame, which interferes with map balance and design. We should have more maps where you, for example, start with deer underneath your TC. Oh, brutal one here. Beastie, he did go for the Sultani trade network. Especially understandable when you're sitting on so many sheep. Remember, if you can, you always want to go for the trade network because the trade network is extra eco. The Madrissa lets you gather quicker, so it works in a similar way. But if you ever have to go pivoting to gold, this is something that can scale quite nicely. And also, you know, for fast castle builds, this is more viable. Even for prolonged feudal, this isn't bad. The logic is that you're able to more easily get all your eco techs because that extra gold influx early on. But this looks like a fast castle game out of Beastie, which is surprising. I thought he'd try to add in Sipahi. Meanwhile, Anatan is looking to go ham taro. We got archery ranges set up. Kind of tricky, actually. He got gold and wood with stone. No food. In fairness, there wasn't a great spawn for him either. In an ideal world, what you want for this strategy as Zhuji is food, wood, and gold all in range. Because that's what Zhuganu costs. So getting stone here, it's nice if you're worried about being attacked, but we can see that's not going to be happening in a rush. This is a greedy play. Beastie is rushing castle. You say more deer? I have the perfect mega random seed for that. Ooh. Yeah, so for those who don't know, the Scarguard map we were talking about in total has 55 deer on it. Just process that for a second. Right now, you're doing the count in your head. Dry Arabia has 28. But obviously, Scarguard only has 5 sheep per player. And it starts at your TC. So there's no extra sheep around the map, right? So compared to a standard Dry Arabia, I think there's like 20 less sheep. So that equals 4,000 less food. But you're still talking about like double the deer count. So there is substantially more food out on the map. But you have to come out on the map is the idea. Kind of like Anatan's having to do here. So it's going to be a move to the deer at the backside. Beastie is so on point, though. He's already scouted out. This is tough now because with tech coming, the Lancers have a target. And Anatan, he built his Zhuganu, realizing way too late what was really happening. So he now has to mirror a tech up because you can't get the numbers high enough before armored units come out. This is rough. So Beastie, pretty standard with the Member of the Imperial Armory. Likely going to be a stables beginning. The good news, at least for Anatan, is you can start prepping crossbows immediately because he's going to be defending. The bad news for Anatan here is when you rush Castle Age as Zhuji, there's only one choice that feels optimal, and that choice requires map control. Shaolin Monastery. You're not going to go mount the academy when your economy is this small, right? But going Shaolin Monastery is tough because you're going to be running into Lancers blind. And you're going to be paying 200 food each time, which is a huge risk for the Zhuji. Especially in a game where you're also playing on risky resources. Walls are at least coming in. Anatan taking advantage of Season 8's quick build speed while it still lasts. I'm so looking forward to these walls being impossible. Okay, that's a bit cruel, but I am in general looking forward to walling feeling punishing to have to do to the extremes. People are going to get a lot more creative and a lot less greedy with their walling in the coming weeks. By coming weeks, I think probably about a month from now is when we're expecting Season 9. No Imam point yet. I like the idea behind this from Anatan. He's expecting the Imam pull because it's very popular with Ottomans. But I believe the Ottoman player went for Anatolians. Yeah. Still got 10 sheep. Meanwhile, BC have 10, Anatan has 4. Text complete. Shaolin Monastery is up. Oh, the nice thing actually about this positioning for Anatan is look at the map. He's right next to the first relic, so I'd love to see him just pick this first before going for the greedy ones. So he has gold coming in. What's the win rate of Zhuji's Legacy? Oh, I can't remember the overall one. Probably like 48%, I want to say. I could be wrong, though. There are a few prolific spammers that are really good at exploiting the Civ. Zhuji, at the highest level play on the most recent patch, are 61%. They're actually the most winning Civ, guys. However, they are also, by far, the least played Civ. Next is Ottomans at 52% with 101 games, but Zhuji only has 87 games. You know, I'm actually feeling good about Anna's position here. I'm kind of surprised Beastie didn't try doing mass Sipahi against the Zhuzhnu. I'm wondering if he's tried that recently. Because in theory, you should be able to just beat the crap out of Zhuganu with the Sipahi reach, with Fortitude, and with the extra 1 ranged armor. But admittedly, I haven't seen it in a few months, actually. And in fairness, like a few months back, I think players on average were really bad at using Sipahi. But they've got much better in Feudal Age. Villager, in the meantime, is going to be picked to the backside. The Lancers do arrive. Crossbows now just trying to mirror the move, but 2 crossbows isn't that threatening. Beastie could have actually dove onto those. Shows a lot of respect backing away here. Meantime, first relic is going to be on the way home. Yeah, Anasan kind of needs everything he can get here. 2 villager kills like that matters a lot. It's a 5 eco lead, but it's not really a 5 eco lead. Remember, 3 of those are traders that between them are only generating about what you get from 1.5 villages. But what is going to add up is this. The passive production is the eco escalation. It's like having TCs for the Ottomans because it provides you these units for free. If Anatan can survive a little bit longer, he should be in a decent position here. Logic being that by going into these crossbows, you'll eventually counter the knights, but you have to be patient. The opening is always going to favor knights in that situation because they can easily pick apart 1 or 2 crossbows, right? Like 1 knight will beat 1 crossbow. Good block on these relics. Beastie is dragging his attention here on purpose. You can already see he's got 2 imams. He's going to try to snatch the other more feasible relics here. So kind of a tricky situation, actually, because that would mean Anatan's landmark will feel fairly discredited if he's only getting 2 of the 5 relics. Xiangnan now coming in. Anatan. Okay, guys, we've got a macro game. Which is kind of scary. The thought of going into the deep late game against the Ottomans isn't something to relish. They are still a ridiculous Civ on the current patch, right? Great Bombards, Janissaries, Sipahi, all these things are ludicrous. Especially when you combo them. The good news, at least for Anatan, is he does have a lot of wood. And a lot more wood that's easily accessible. Bad news I always find about Zhuji compared to China is Zhuji is much more terrible at making these farm transitions happen, and this is the reason why. It might be cheaper, but it's not easy to defend. Right. with Chinese, when they start to go towards these type of transitions, they're going to have extra officials to supervise to go to stone, drop keep quick, or when they transition, it's quite often when they're about to tech, so they'll drop a Great Wall Gatehouse, right? When you get later into this game, Anatan's not going to have a ludicrous defensive landmark that protects his farm area. Lancers. Terrible numbers here. Shaolin Monk is going to get ditched. Oh, that's rough, actually. That bait dive. Anatan just starting to fall behind on the mass, and the Wall warning, as BC says, I have the majority of relics. Ouch. That is just a spit in the face. That's a hot tour straight from Beastie. This is about to get a lot rougher, as Anatan is having to commit to the second TC. Tricky game now, guys. He basically has to go spear crossbows and stay still. If you can get to full pop cap, there is an opportunity to try and march out. The question is, what is BC going to have in that time? What's he going to do? There's a few options here. We've seen games where Ottomans go 2 TC now off the back of this. The other more realistic thing is he's going to rush towards Imperial. It's pretty early at 47 villages, but the power of the Istanbul Observatory cannot be stated enough. My, oh my. Wait, did we check how people voted in the end? Yeah, it was 90% for Anatan. Not so sure about that one anymore. Love that someone's gambling big. May need to remortgage the virtual house. What is the way out for Anno? I'm kind of envisioning Imperial Age and what it can do for him here. Great Bombards have 11 tower range, and I think something that's kind of slept on is the fact that you can get this same tower range with your Bombards. I always call the Juji Bombards discount Great Bombards, right? Because with the Divine Defense, you can go up to 11 tower range. But you're still just mirroring the range of a better Bombard at that point. So that doesn't feel great. Yuan Raiders are kind of nutty. The only issue here is, of course, it's Janissary. So Janissary in the late game could ruin you. So what you have to do with Yuan Raiders is avoid the main fight. So I think the way you win this, if it goes late enough, is Anatan has to starve Eco. And Yuan Raiders are sick for doing that in the late game. Success now locked in. Anatan might not have until Imperial Age. He's going to have to come out sooner than he'd like. Ah, this is tough. Double Mango already shoving in. The mass Lancers as well. The tricky part about Double Mango here, with this many Lancers, you can just snipe down the Spearman straight away. Considering Anno only has 3 Lancers to his name, he doesn't have a very desirable defense force to try and flank raid onto these. We have at least got his Lancers making the best of the situation and going for decaps, going for pressure. But that means there's no one defending the base. I actually think Anatan is going to have to consider siege workshops here, but he's in the middle of the granary transition, so not really able to stretch the wood that thin. Another village likely to go down here, which is going to pop block him. Also, wait, okay, I thought he didn't get it for a second. So decap did come in. Behind this, Beastie hasn't committed to the next age. In fact, his food is incredibly underwhelming here. A lot of gold, just not much food in surplus. I think Anatan is close to being online, actually. The granary count, pretty low, but the farm count around it high. 27 around this one. One issue you are going to encounter if you're Anatan here is gold. He needs to break out the base soon to access the back vein and wall it off. Flash comes in, Spearman. Dive on in. The Mango's going to get bailed on here. Beastie not able to hold the position. So good timing, good patience. Anatan sweeps through the siege and now could start bulking up the Spearman to come out onto the map. Nicely played. Beastie, kind of an awkward situation there, right? Like, he knew he was going to have to commit to the fight with the Mangoes out of position because you can't run away with them. You see how impossible it is to defend when your opponent zergs like that. Walls are also going up on the south side of the tree line, so there'll be no quick breach for these Lancers. In fact, there might be a pinch coming from Anno. Crossbows in range. Spearman able to touch it. Looks like BC will be able to navigate his way out of that with only a few Lancers lost. But this is now important as Anatan can begin to pull villagers. Think about walling here. In fact, he's already got some forward walls down here, right? So he's going to look to protect the backside of the farms. Meanwhile, Beastie has gone insanely greedy here. What? Triple TC is unbridled levels of greed from Almonds. You have no food. And you are at risk of now losing map control, which means you're going to have to go farms. I mean, we are not going to see him rush into Imperial, that's for sure. It's just not viable on this type of income. Holy crap. Now remember, Anatan is playing not Chinese, but Zhu Ji here, so his 2TC doesn't really compare. It's the full 20 seconds. But it was all at least cheaper. Remember, Song Dynasty gives you heavy discount here. 53 for the farms, and then the TC is, of course, only 280, 350, instead of the full 750. What a crazy game this is turning into. I thought BC just had this on lock pretty ASAP, but now that we're dragging deeper, you know, usually I'd be scared for Ottomans, for Zhu rather, against Ottomans for late game. But this TC boom from BC drags that away, gives an opening, and Anatan is looking to take advantage of that. We've got mass crossbows, mass palace guard. Spear count is still just surging at this stage. Yeah, this is the Zerg point, right? Obviously, you can't accelerate that like, say, China would by dropping an Imperial Palace. You'd have to go to Age 4. But there's still enough to start flooding out. The Spearman baying out the villagers here. More arrive, so BC at the wrong location at the wrong time when he needs food. He's going to lose villagers and have to run away. Ouch. And that's just wave number one. It's this Zergy threat that's becoming a problem. Beastie trying to keep it in check, but not often able to react quick enough. Issue of no cav, right? He's only got like 9 knights here, which would usually feel good, but because of the amount of spearmen Anatan has, you can't freely react with just this group. So now stab in the center outpost, trying to go up. We'll better get online, but the Mango overextended here. Palace Guard are going to chase that away. The spearmen will get into cleaning up the Lancers. And that means Beastie has no cav left. He's got what? 3 Sipahi, 3 Lancers, nothing crazy. Food getting blocked out as well. My god, Anatan. He's in control. Beastie doesn't have many farms, folks. He's sitting at 1. This is his food eco right now. Berry gathering on the backside is the only other backup plan he currently has. Once that's out, he will be out. Anatan. The Palace Guard numbers are looking good. He can keep this pumping, but instead, Anatan wants to pump and grind up an age here. Oh my god. More idle eco for Beastie. Reminder that he went free TC to catch up, not to fall behind. Luckily for him, Anatan isn't going up an age, but unluckily for him, it's because Anatan is adding in 14 more Palace Guard here. The issue that I'm seeing in this game is like Beastie's at a point where now he's going to start sacrificing villagers to gather food. So at that point, you're not really gaining anything. Even if you're not losing it, like best case scenario, you're spending food to lose food. And that's exactly what's happening. This time it's Palace Guard. Palace Guard that are much quicker than Spearmen. I think it's over. There's no reaction coming out. Beastie, he hasn't kept track of this. Not that he'd be able to run away easily anyway. The 1.38 movement speed is faster than the villagers, even with Wheelbarrow. And that is now over a 20 eco lead for Anatan. Even when the sheep whispering fails, he finds a way through. Think about how done this game looked 10 minutes ago. Think about how dominant Beastie's position is. And yet Anatan is able to claw his way back in and take full control before the true late game power of Ottomans can shine on through. Said the mid-game power of the Zhu Ji is really vibrant in this one. 30 villager lead. And still so close to just going into Imp. Now, keep in mind, if he goes up with the correct landmark, the Temple of the Sun, he'll immediately have those speedy boy Palace Guard. And yeah, a lot of talk about farms. This is why Season 9 is going to nerf farms, guys. or is meant to with the eco-tech nerfs. And I'm so glad for it. I think the farming meta, like farms just being optimal, has been cringely the way for too long. There should be more rewarding elements to playing out onto the map. Now, admittedly, Beastie tried to play on the map pretty late, so you could argue that, that didn't help him. But I am a fan of just making farms not a go-to. We have civs in the game where it is, right? HRE comes to mind as a perfect example of a civ that just goes farm straight away. We have English that goes farm straight away. We now have a Bastards with Eco Wing going farm straight away. That's not good game design. Right? The optimal choice shouldn't be the safest in terms of... You should have to have a choice. You should have to be in a situation where you can either take the safe eco or take the better eco. And I don't think the difference between farms and deer, farms and berries, farms and boar is really good enough to force that decision. Tech complete. Anatan, Palace Guard already upgraded courtesy of the supervision. And he went Temple of Sun, right? No. Alright. Anatan wants to keep it interesting, rather. Temple of the Sun is an insta-win. Juji's library is kind of a weird choice. Especially when you're flooding mass Palace Guard. There's no justification for it. I guess he just wants to keep it tight up because he knows that he is dominant in his position here. Mango goes down. Men-at-Arms are not going to be able to last long against this. He has got the attack speed buffer, so no reduction in melee damage being taken. And the range-free upgrade just came in. This is over. There's a few crossbows, but it's Major League archers trying to defend. And the Palace Guard are only getting tickled. 7 ranged armor against a unit doing 9 damage. That means Anatan is going to extend his lead at the top of the leaderboard here. What, about another 50 elo, or is it higher between them? It might be 60 elo at this point. Anatan getting Kushki up there. Beastie very confident that he'll be able to put this ape in his place. Oh, sorry, I think the term was noob. Marino was more about calling people ape. I think I saw noob in the title before. Actually, it's the boon that wins this one out. That big boon of farms on the backside gets Anatan across the finish line and keeps him very cozy and safe at the top of Season 8's leaderboard. Oi, 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 oi. Well played, Mr. Anatan. My food's ready. What happened to like half past for food? Is it really ready or is it almost ready, Emma? Be honest. Don't lie to me. I'm weighing up whether we come back afterwards and do some more. Maybe we call it. The reason I'm thinking we might call it is because we are going to be streaming tomorrow. So we'll probably be live. We're going to be live a little bit later tomorrow. I think it's probably going to be 1 or 2 p.m. I'm going to try to organize a show match, maybe like a best of 5. No big buck payout, but something that gets people out of bed. To maybe play a few experimental maps, a few new maps. Because tomorrow, guys, we've got a cool day ahead of us. We are going to try to open with a show match if we can find one. And then after that, we have a sponsor stream with a brand new MMO called Throne and Liberty. So we're going to be playing in a PvP event against another bunch of creators. In fact, a lot of them you'll be familiar with. There's like people participating in this event. People like Shroud's going to be participating. Burt Black. I think they've got Lyric. There's loads of people in there. We're going to be on one of the teams, one of the guilds for the siege element of that. So what will probably happen is we'll open up by playing some random arenas. And then a little bit later in the stream, or the sponsor part rather, we're going to be doing a big siege battle. Throne and Liberty has these kind of cool siege face-offs where I think it's like 2 forces, 2 guilds clash and try to attack one. So yeah, that's going to be happening tomorrow. They came across, sponsored us. The game is releasing 27th of September, so this is a pre-access event, exclusive for the creators. And then I think some small community members joining in. But that's going to be happening from 6 p.m. tomorrow my time. So an hour in the future from now, a day from now, so 25 hours from now, we'll be doing that. But like I said, we'll start the stream up probably 3 hours or so earlier. And we'll look to get some sort of show match going. So I'll probably I reckon Anasan will always be up for it. We'll see who we can get to maybe face off against him. I feel like we do B a lot. Maybe there's someone else who wants to hop in. I'll just see. Obviously, kind of limited access on short notice. But I'll try to organize something so that we have something cool to do before we get into the sponsor content. Because I want you guys to check it out. I was playing it, prepping my character because they needed us to prep characters and unlock everything in advance. So I've only played like an hour, but the game is really gorgeous. The game is gorgeous. The combat system is very classic MMO, but I'm kind of excited to see how it functions in a PvP environment. So that'll be happening tomorrow, which means we'll probably be streaming for about 6 to 8 hours in total a day. What we're going to do now, though, we're going to find someone to raid, folks. I'm going to end YouTube. Much love, YouTubers. Thank you for tuning in. Absolute pleasure. I'm sure we'll even catch a few of these face-offs between Beastie and Anatan another time. But